Hey chat. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hope everybody is doing well. This is going to be the first day of the penalty phase portion of the trial for the Julio Foolio 4. If you missed the updates on their conviction, I do have a breakdown video where we go over what they were convicted of. So go check that out. It'll get you recapped and get you up to speed for what's going to go on here. We are a few minutes behind, but we always catch up, so don't worry. And it looks like, they get right into it. So let's see. Let me know if the volume's good once they start talking. Yeah. Davion Murphy still separated here from Rashad, sitting in a new table. I tuned in. I was listening in on one of Judge Kimberly Fernandez's calendar calls this morning. And Nick Sinardi and Jason Wise and also Daniel Hernandez, I believe, were all representing different defendants in a RICO case against 33 individuals. It seems like a drug trafficking case that's in front of Judge Kimberly Fernandez right now. So it was interesting to see a lot of these attorneys' faces pop up this morning and be mentioned. Big case, 33 defendants in whatever RICO case that is. And we're going to speed this up till they get to talking, but that way you can see who's at the table for these proceedings and Davion's in good spirits. There we go. All right, once they start talking, let me know if you guys want a volume boost or anything.
All right. Good afternoon.
Oh, they muted us. Oh, we just got here and they kicked us out.
Jurors.
There we go.
To jurors, I just want to confirm with the state on the aggravators. On the notice, you had one of the aggravators as prior felony, but it should be contemporaneously, correct?
That is correct.
For all defendants?
Yes.
Okay. And it should be contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use of violence to another person,
Yes,
right?
all of them except Isaiah James.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And because this was premeditated murder, we do not have to have Inman Tyson findings, correct? Or do we? Inman Tyson, it looks like, to me, I just looking at it, it seems more applicable in a felony murder case where you have multiple defendants, but just be thinking about it and let me know. Okay, and Mr. Hernandez, did you get your email about scheduling? That's fine.
Your Honor, yes, two or three quick things. Mr. Gonzalez will be here running a little bit late. He has a federal hearing at 1 o'clock. I indicated, I sent the court an email copying the state regarding the Zoom link. My mitigation specialist, I guess, would need to get with your IT person to try to figure out what is a good time for me to be able to call Ms. Steger, who's incarcerated at the Duval County Jail.
Well, it could be any time. It's just my regular Zoom. Here's the thing, though. I can tell you in this case, in the Alicia Andrews, we had a pretrial, a rehearing, a motion for rehearing on pretrial detention. And during that, it was being conducted via Zoom. And I couldn't tell who everyone was. And I let someone in, and then they uploaded extremely disturbing pornography. So I'm not making that mistake again. So whoever's appearing via Zoom has got to identify themselves on the Zoom, or I'm not letting them in. Okay?
She is in custody, and the mitigation specialist can correct me if I'm wrong, that they need 24 hours notice for us to have a Zoom link set up and go forward.
Yeah, well, the Zoom link is what I normally, it's my normal Zoom link. Okay? So the main thing is that you all just need to verify that from whatever facility she's being held at, either you have the phone number or hopefully that it says whatever the name of the facility is. So, because I don't want to have a repeat, okay?
I understand. And Your Honor, because they need 24 hours notice, I guess the earliest that we could do her would be either tomorrow afternoon or Wednesday morning. My doctor really wants to do Wednesday, sometime Wednesday, so I'd ask that be accommodated if possible.
Yeah, that's fine. So, and if you need something from my office for whatever the facility is, the Strikers meeting, I'll just contact my JA and she can do whatever she needs to do. Okay? So, as far as whenever you guys want to call the Stiker. Okay, and I believe penalty phase defense always goes last, right? In openings and
Yes.
final closing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have all jurors here?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, states present, defendants are present, defense counsel's present. Anything else before we begin?
I was hoping to waive my opening until we get into my evidence, partially due to a witness.
That's fine.
Is that all right? And then I have a.
I don't have an objection. State, you have any objection?
I'm sorry. I'm going to waive my opening until we get into my presentation of evidence. Justin Treatise on behalf of the Chance.
No objection.
Judge, with the court's permission, if I could, Mr. Boldus here, if I could step out at around 1:45, I have to run down a different judge.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Other than that, are we ready to go? Okay, I assume we are.
Judge, I do have some matters I want to address to the court as far as discovery in this case, but we can do that at the end of the day, if the court wishes.
Okay,
And I wanted to talk to you about scheduling.
yes?
As far as availability, I have an expert that I've retained on Friday to deal with the late discovery by Mr. Davion Murphy, but his availability is limited.
Okay.
That's one thing.
Well, what does that mean? When's he available?
Well, first he'll need to appear by Zoom.
Okay,
He does a lot of expert work. He's also a practicing radiologist, diagnostic radiologist. The state's forensic psychiatrist that we've hired did conduct the evaluation Saturday and completed both of them, of Mr. Chance and Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy. I would like to have her watch the testimony of Dr. Hardig in the Chance case, and Dr. Eisenstein in the Gathright case, and Dr. Collins in the Rashad Murphy case by Zoom if possible. I just wanted to make sure the court was okay with that. I'm sorry. Did I say Gathright? I'm sorry, I apologize.
okay.
That was, yeah. my-
I don't have a problem with that, but you may have to get with the tech people here and figure out how to do that.
The alternative is to have her watch the live stream that's occurring right now. So we may just do that, but I just want to make sure, I know that we invoke the rule, but this is an expert witness.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't have an objection per se to having your expert watch the live stream of just those expert witnesses. I don't have an objection to it, some of the defendants do. So, and if they do, then you'd have to figure out some way to, via Zoom, to put some type of camera on the witness stand.
Okay,
So,
all right, we'll figure it out, Judge. Thank you.
okay? Okay. Yes.
Sorry.
Sure.
I think I misspoke when I said waive, I'm not waiving my own, I meant to say reserve.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
I understood what you were saying.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Anything further?
There you go, not from the state.
Okay. All right, very good. Let's bring in our jury.
All right, we'll skip them coming in. And guys, if you missed it, Alicia Andrews is now May 22nd. So they were in court this morning, but it was pushed to May 22nd. So I have no other updates than that. But of course, if I see updates, I'll let you know. And there was a filing from Alicia Andrews' team that was just asking the court to take judicial notice of other sentences that were granted for somewhat similar circumstances with example timetables. And that's not really relevant to the motions arguments. It's just something they're putting on the docket to start arguing if they need to. Here's other individuals that pled guilty to manslaughter, were convicted of manslaughter, and what their
Okay, very
ultimate
good. Welcome
timetables were
back.
for sentencing.
Hope you all enjoyed your weekend. again. While we were on the weekend recess, did anybody watch, read, listen to the news accounts and social media posts related to this case? Talk to anybody about this case or do any independent investigation on this case? All right, no one's raising their hand. I'll take that as a no. Okay, I have just a quick introduction as far as the jury instructions. Members of the jury, you have found each of the defendants guilty of one count of first-degree murder. The only issue before you in this phase of the trial is to determine the appropriate penalty. The penalty for the crime of first-degree murder is either life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how this proceeding will be conducted. The attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the penalty phase of this trial. What the lawyers say, however, during opening statements is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. After the attorneys have had the opportunity to present their opening statements, the state and the defendants may present evidence. Witnesses may be called to testify under oath. If so, they will be examined and may be cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. This evidence, along with the evidence that you heard during the guilt phase of the trial, is presented for you to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the alleged.
Is that? Yeah, I think it's just their
feed. Whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the alleged aggravating factors. If so, you must weigh whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any mitigating circumstances the defendants proved by the greater weight of the evidence. Finally, you will decide whether each defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. At the conclusion of the evidence and after argument of counsel, you will be instructed on the law that will guide your deliberations. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving the death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must unanimously agree that an aggravating factor was proven beyond a reasonable doubt before it may be considered by you in arriving at your sentencing decision. The aggravating factors alleged by the state in this case are: as to defendant Rashad Murphy, first aggravating factor, the defendant was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to a person. The second one, the defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. The third one, the capital felony was a homicide and was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And 4, the capital felony was committed by a criminal gang member. As to defendant Isaiah Chance, as to first-degree murder, the first aggravating factor is, as alleged by the state, the capital felony was a homicide and was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. The second aggravating factor, the capital felony was committed by a criminal gang member. As to defendant Sean Gathright for first-degree murder, the first aggravating factor is the defendant was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to a person. The second aggravating factor, the defendant knowingly created a great risk of death or harm to many persons. 3, the capital felony was a homicide and was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated murder manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. As to defendant Davion Murphy for first-degree murder, the state alleges the following aggravating factors. 1, the defendant was contemporaneously convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to a person. Second, the defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Third, the capital felony was a homicide and was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. And four, the capital felony was committed by a criminal gang member. Once the state has presented evidence of the existence of aggravating factors, victim impact evidence may be presented. Such evidence is only presented to demonstrate the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the loss to the community by the victim's death. However, victim impact evidence must not be considered by you as itself an aggravating factor. A mitigating circumstance can be anything that might indicate the death penalty is not appropriate for a defendant. It is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. In other words, a mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of a defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate the death penalty is not an appropriate sentence in this case. Whether a mitigating circumstance has been proven is an individual judgment by each juror. A mitigating circumstance need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but must be proven by the greater weight of the evidence. After the evidence has been presented, I will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will then conclude with final instructions to you. After the final instructions are given, you will begin your deliberations. Again, you should not form any definite or fixed opinion until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your decision must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. During the penalty phase, the court may take recesses and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell that person at once that you are on the jury and ask that person to stop. If that person persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out about any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Again, do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number has been provided to you. The penalty phase must be tried by you only on the evidence presented in your presence and in the presence of the defendants, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the penalty phase. Jurors, again, must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. Do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the penalty phase. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use your phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate about this case. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. As we discussed previously, what are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I have no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and to challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. Again, in every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference regarding the existence of an aggravating factor or an appropriate sentence. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your sentencing decision in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had the witness been permitted to answer. It may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary. All right, State, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, may it please the court?
Yes.
Come on, Michelle.
Members of the jury, last week, all of you unanimously found all four defendants guilty beyond all reasonable doubt of first premeditated murder. We are now in penalty phase, and the state of Florida is asking each of you to recommend the most severe sentence that our state allows, and that is the death penalty for each of the defendants in this case based on the aggravating factors that exist. You have heard that not all murders qualify as first-degree murder under our law. And as you were instructed last week in the jury instructions, that not all murders are first-degree murders. You've heard about second-degree murder and manslaughter, both of which do not warrant and cannot be punished by the death penalty. And now you have heard, as the judge has instructed you this morning, that not all first-degree murders warrant the death penalty. The law in the state of Florida requires that only first-degree murders where aggravation has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt can warrant the death penalty. And the law requires at least one aggravating factor to justify and warrant the death penalty. In this case, you have heard that all of the defendants in this case have more than one. Rashad Murphy has 4 aggravating factors. Davion Murphy has 4 aggravating factors. Sean Gathright has 2 aggravating factors. And Isaiah Chance has Sean Gathright has 3 aggravating factors. And Isaiah Chance has 2 aggravating factors. All of the defendants meet the requirements that warrant the aggravation which is required, that warrant the most severe sentence in the state of Florida. Last week, it was the state of Florida's burden to prove the elements of the facts of the case, the elements of first-degree murder, and all of the other charges beyond and to the exclusion of any reasonable doubt. This phase of the trial, we will prove the aggravation beyond all reasonable doubt. All of these aggravating factors have already been proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the evidence that you have already heard in the guilt phase. One of the aggravating factors not only has been proven by the evidence, but it is inherent in your verdict and already found by all of you to have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to go through each of these aggravating factors that apply to each of the defendants. Starting with Rashad Murphy, that first aggravating factor, the defendant was contemporaneously convicted of another felony involving the threat of violence or the use of violence against another person. When you found Rashad Murphy guilty of 3 counts of attempted second-degree murder for the attempted murder of Gino Norris and Xavier Edwards and Camilla Bentley, in your verdict, you found and convicted him of another violent crime against another victim in this case. That is one of his aggravating factors. That is what aggravates this crime beyond a first-degree homicide. 3 additional victims of violent crime. Those count as one aggravating factor against Rashad Murphy. And it is inherently decided by all of you when you found and convicted him of those 3 counts of attempted second-degree murder. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Again, based on the facts and the evidence that has already been presented to you and proven to you in the guilt phase, Rashad Murphy, there is no doubt that he was one of the shooters. And the facts in this case shows that he created a great risk of death to many people. Again, your convictions for the 3 counts of attempted murder, second-degree murder of those 3 other victims show that there were other victims that were in danger of losing their lives. You have him firing into a vehicle of the victim in this case where there were 2 other people in his car with him who did get shot. You also have a vehicle behind him. His girlfriend, Charles Jones' girlfriend, she was parked behind him with 2 other passengers in her car. They were also exposed to death. He created a risk of death to many people. And let's not forget Camilla Bentley, who was in a car that was next to the victim, Charles Jones, when he was killed. Her car was fired upon, and she also was shot during the course of them trying to kill Charles Jones. But the risk to many people goes beyond all 3 of those additional victims that were shot and killed in this case. They fired on that victim in a hotel parking lot that was filled with guests, filled with cars. They knowingly decided to kill Charles Jones at that location, creating a risk of death to many people beyond the one that they killed, the 3 others that they shot, but to the guests and the employees of that hotel. And you heard directly from 2 other victims in this case, Audra Agramonte, who was in one of those hotel rooms where she was moving in her daughter to the University of South Florida, where her and her husband and her daughter's boyfriend all had to go down to the ground because bullets flew into their hotel room. You heard from Pablo Gabor how him and his family were in their hotel room and how bullets came into his hotel room. It is beyond all reasonable doubt that we have proven this aggravating factor as well against Rashad Murphy and against all of the shooters in this case. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. The third aggravator, Rashad Murphy, cold, calculated, and premeditated. Cold means that the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated, having a careful plan or prearranged design. The period of time for premeditation must be long enough to allow for reflection. For this aggravating circumstance, the premeditation must be heightened. There is a substantial period of reflection that is required for this aggravator. And again, you have heard the facts of this case that show how cold and calculated this plan was to kill the victim in this case. And the final aggravating circumstance that has been proven against Rashad Murphy is that the capital felony was committed by a criminal gang member. You have already made a finding beyond all reasonable doubt that the defendant was a gang member or associate in a criminal gang, and that the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of that criminal gang. How the aggravating factor is different from the enhancement that you made during the guilt phase of this trial is that the enhancement allows for either a criminal gang member or a criminal associate. The aggravator only applies if the defendant is a criminal gang member. And again, the facts in this case proven beyond all reasonable doubt is that Rashad Murphy was indeed a criminal gang member. And the distinction between a member and an associate is the number of criteria that they meet. An associate only has to have 1. A criminal gang member has to have 2 criteria, or meet the criteria for the criminal gang statute to be recognized under the law as a criminal gang member. And for Rashad Murphy, there were 3 different criteria that he fell under. He definitely was proven to be a criminal gang member pursuant to the criminal gang statute. Davion Murphy. Davion Murphy has all of the same aggravators that we have just gone through and went over for Rashad Murphy. That he was contemporaneously convicted of another felony involving the use of violence to another person. And again, you have already convicted him beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt of 3 counts of attempted second-degree murder. The defendant, who was a shooter in this case, knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons, cold, calculated, and premeditated, and that he was a criminal gang member when he committed this capital felony. And again, he had met three of the criteria of being a criminal gang member. There is no reasonable doubt that he was a criminal gang member and that he committed these crimes to benefit the interests of a criminal gang. Sean Gathright, there are 3 aggravating factors: that he was convicted of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Again, he was a shooter in this case, and he was convicted of 3 counts of attempted second-degree murder. The defendant knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Again, as a shooter, he exposed not just the victim to death, but all 3 of those other victims who were shot and could have died, as well as all of the other individuals in the victim's party that were in those vehicles and in the line of gunfire. And those victims that were in the hotels that also were in the line of gunfire. The last defendant, Isaiah Chance, also has the aggravating factor of cold, calculated, and premeditated, and that the capital felony was committed by a criminal gang member. Again, he had 4 different criteria that he met to prove that he was a criminal gang member. We anticipate and expect that you will hear from each of the defendants and that they will present to you evidence of mitigation. And just as Judge Sisko has instructed you this morning, you will independently look at each of the defendants separately and evaluate the aggravation and the mitigation individually for each defendant, and then make a decision as to what the appropriate sentence will be. Again, you will be instructed that the law neither compels you or requires you to recommend a death sentence. However, the law does require that you as a juror determine the weight of the aggravators and the mitigation for each defendant in this case. You decide how much weight to give the aggravators in this case. You decide how much weight you are going to give the mitigation that each defendant presents to you. And they have to prove their mitigation by the greater weight of the evidence. And each of you will decide whether or not they have met that burden and how much mitigation you are going to, how much weight you are going to give their mitigation. And again, this is not a mathematical equation. It is about the quality of evidence. The law requires a death sentence is only warranted in a first-degree murder case where there is at least one aggravating factor that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no more difficult decision as a juror in a criminal case than a juror will ever have to make than to determine whether or not a death sentence is warranted. But in this case, as to each defendant, there is more than one aggravating circumstance that has been proven beyond any reasonable doubt. And all of the defendants, all of them, have the aggravating factor of cold, calculated, and premeditation. This is a first-degree premeditated murder that is heightened. This is a senseless killing. I submit to you the facts that you heard during the guilt phase show how the victim was executed with cold, calculated precision. This was heightened premeditation beyond what is required for premeditation. The evidence showed and proved that there was a significant time of reflection, thinking about how to commit first-degree premeditation. They thought about it, and the evidence shows how much they planned all of the details, how they carefully planned all of the details. They made travel arrangements. They acquired weapons in advance. They acquired ammunition in advance. They planned and decided how they would look and what they would wear so that they could get away with murder. They acquired masks, dark clothing. They discussed how they would communicate with one another, who would not be using their devices. Carefully planning how and where and who would do what. Those are strong evidence beyond all reasonable doubt of how aggravating this homicide is and what separates it from any other first-degree homicide. And after you have weighed all of the aggravation and the mitigation, we will ask you individually to recommend the death penalty against each and every one of the defendants in this case.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, do you make an opening statement at this time?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes.
Counsel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to begin by thanking you for your...
All right, before we get lost in that, just real quick here, guys. Aggravating factors are specific circumstances that the state is arguing, that the government will argue, that justify a heightened penalty. In this case, they're seeking the death penalty, so they need to make the justifications for it. Specifically, what they're choosing to argue here, and pardon if this is awkward, I typed it up and punched it into AI to make a slide so you guys could see it on screen. But in case that was hard to follow, Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy are facing all four of the aggravating factors that the state's arguing. So for one, you've got this contemporaneous, which means at the same time that they're convicted of this first-degree murder, this capital offense, they're also convicted contemporaneously of other violent convictions. These are the second-degree attempted murder convictions. So we have that on the table for Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, and Sean Gathright because they're the ones that were charged with shooting the three other victims. The next aggravating factor we have is that it's got to be a cold, calculated, even after a heightened cooling off period, you've got the premeditated capital homicide. So we've got that here for, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the one that all four have. For criminal gang membership, we did not have Sean Gathright charged. He wasn't included in the gang enhancement as part of the indictment. So that's why we don't see that one for his. And then additional for Isaiah Chance, he didn't shoot into any cars, even though the other three did. So he doesn't have that fourth factor. So there that is real quickly. And if you have complaints in the chat that we're commenting, I mean, we're going to watch the whole court. And there's also feeds with no commentary. So use your free will. I advise it.
Service. We've been here 5 weeks, and your attention to this matter has been exemplary. And certainly in the course of this penalty phase, we're not disputing your verdict at this time. We respect it, and we're moving on. This is my opportunity, as well as the other attorneys, to show you reasons why a life recommendation is appropriate in this case, specifically to my client, Rashad Murphy. During jury selection, which seems like a long, long time ago, and it's the reason that you're here, on this jury panel is that you all committed to keeping an open mind if the verdict of guilty was, in fact, a verdict as charged of first-degree murder. And of course, here we are. As you've been reminded and will be reminded, I'm sure a lot more during the course of this week, your recommendation carries great weight. As I think I indicated during jury selection, it's a term that kind of bothers me because it suggests that you're simply making a recommendation and then it becomes somebody else's decision. And the truth is that legally, your vote is something that does carry great weight, and the court has to give it great attention. And it's not often when a court disagrees and rules differently. As you know, aggravating factors have to be proven by the same standard that we had during first phase, proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and at least one aggravating factor is required. On the other hand, mitigating circumstances can be proven by the greater weight of the evidence. We talked about it in jury selection, that it basically is just tipping the scales. If you believe that more likely than not some mitigating circumstance is presented to you, that's enough for you to consider it as a mitigating circumstances and compare it to whatever else is presented in the form of mitigation as well as aggravation. And as you've been told, it is a weighing process, but ultimately you decide what you personally believe is the appropriate vote or decision. And I believe the evidence will show that the appropriate vote is a vote for life without the possibility of parole. And I want to emphasize that when I say life without the possibility of parole, that means that my client, Mr. Murphy, will die in prison. It's just a matter of whether or not there's no chance of early release or anything of that nature. It's life without the possibility of parole. Now, with respect to Mr. Murphy, my client, there will be basically two parts to the presentation. You will hear from witnesses, family members, or friends that who know the defendant well and can provide information about the defendant's background, childhood, the environment, the neighborhood, and the community that he grew up in. But you will also hear testimony, probably Wednesday is my best guess, from a mental health expert, Dr. Michael Collins, who is a forensic neuropsychologist. He did a full psychological of Mr. Murphy while at the jail before, obviously, the trial began. He reviewed multiple reports and interviewed the defendant, spent hours with the defendant, gaining extensive information about the defendant as a person and his history. And of course, he conducted a series of psychological tests, allowing him to furnish a comprehensive analysis of the defendant's mental condition and how it relates to the penalty phase, how it relates to the vote that you're going to be asked to provide. There's much more detail to follow, but basically the diagnosis in a nutshell is post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. It's a mental health condition triggered by experiencing or witnessing terrifying events, causing symptoms like flashbacks, nightmares, severe anxiety, and uncontrollable thoughts about the trauma. It disrupts daily life, making work, relationships, and sleep difficult. Treatment includes psychotherapy and medication. You will see that Rashad Murphy had an extremely difficult childhood, growing up in a crime-ridden, violent environment. He experienced or witnessed overwhelming, life-threatening, or traumatic events, all causes of post-traumatic stress disorder. The following mitigating circumstances that the defense intends to prove by the greater weight of the evidence is as follows. Number one, the defendant was only 30 years old when the homicide occurred. Number two, the capital felony was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. Number three, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law was substantially impaired. Number four, the defendant has a history of physical, sexual, or emotional abuse as a child consistent with childhood post-traumatic stress disorder. Number five, the defendant has maintained a loving relationship with family and friends while incarcerated. Number six, the defendant has displayed appropriate behavior and the ability to follow rules while incarcerated. And in fact, you'll see that he in fact received his GED while incarcerated and took 15 hours of parenting classes. Number seven, the defendant has developed religious and spiritual awareness while incarcerated. Number eight, the defendant helped raise his younger siblings, working jobs, including working jobs at a young age to provide financial support. Number nine, the defendant loves his children and has been a very good father to them. Number 10, the defendant, as a minor, was removed from his primary home and placed into foster care due to negligent and abusive situations in the primary home. And then finally, number 11, the defendant has no prior felony convictions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I saved number 11 for last on purpose because I believe the evidence is going to show that despite the terrible environment that the defendant grew up in, despite these scars, despite the mental issues he lives with on a daily basis, Rashad Murphy has no prior felony convictions. He was 30 years old at the time of the offense, and he has no prior felony convictions. Not one. Not one. Before you vote, I will ask you to compare that fact, not disputed by the state, that the defendant has no prior felony convictions. I will ask you to compare that to a career offender. I will ask you to compare that fact to someone who has a prior record of similar crimes or violent behavior. I will ask you to compare that fact to the state's argument that the attempted murders serve as an aggravating factor despite being one incident. They were all one incident. It was all one contemporaneous event. And I would ask you to compare that fact to the state's argument that an aggravating factor is that the defendant was a criminal gang member. That proposed aggravating factor by the state, compare it to the fact that the defendant has no...
What's the legal basis?
Argument.
Overall, go ahead.
I would, thank you, Your Honor. I would ask you just simply to make that comparison. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the mitigating circumstances will outweigh any aggravating factors that might be presented by the state. But in any event, I believe that the mitigating circumstances will show that a life recommendation is warranted. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Ms. Finkelstein?
All right, Finkelstein is for Gathright. So that was Daniel Hernandez for Rashad, and this is now Jenna Finkelstein.
Good afternoon. Members of the jury, we first want to thank you for your attention and your thoughtful, thorough consideration in the case so far. We all understand the significance of what you have done and what we're asking you to do. I ask that you continue to listen intently and give this second phase of the trial the same attention that you did the first. We saw you taking notes, listening. We know it's been a long several weeks. Nothing in this phase is intended to diminish the seriousness of the charge or what happened in this case. The pain caused, the value of the life lost. Mitigation and mitigating factors are not an excuse. They're an explanation. They tell a story. This is the part of the trial about Sean Gathright, about the person. And this is not about asking if Mr. Gathright is guilty or not guilty. You have already found that with your verdict, and we respect your verdict. This phase asks a different question, and it's not even whether or not Mr. Gathright should be held accountable. He will be. The question now is, should this very young man be permanently sentenced to death, or does he have a life worth saving? During this phase, you're going to hear about who Mr. Gathright was before the events that you've heard about in this trial. You're going to hear about a childhood that was marked with some instability due to being in a military family, repeated separations from his parents, some abuse by his father, loss, absence of steady guidance during some of his most formative years. You're going to hear that Mr. Gathright was barely 18 years old at the time of this crime, the youngest, at an age where society, common sense, and the law itself recognized that judgment, impulse control, and decision-making are still developing. He's still maturing. As he sits here today, he's only 20 years old. The evidence is going to show you that Sean Gathright is not a man beyond hope or beyond redemption, but a very young human being, still capable of growth, maturity, accountability, remorse, and change. You're going to hear some other really important things, and you're going to hear from people that know him best. You're going to hear from several of Mr. Gathright's family, friend, guidance counselor, and they're going to tell you about a loving, respectful, nonviolent young man that they knew. A smart student, a good student, who loved his family, was a good uncle, helped others, did mission trips, fed the homeless, worked hard, built a business, and showed great potential for a meaningful future. You're also going to hear from an expert who's going to tell you that even in prison, Mr. Gathright can live a constructive life where he can continue to mature and positively affect others, including his family and friends who he maintains a relationship with, but also other inmates. And he can be held accountable without ending his life. At the end of this phase, I will get back up here and I'm going to ask you to consider all of the circumstances that will be presented in that evidence. And I'll give you a long list of things that I think have been shown at that time. I'm going to ask you to not define Mr. Gathright solely by the worst thing that he's done at 18 years old, but to recognize that he still has meaning. His life still has value. Death is never required, and Sean Gathright has a life worth saving. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Toumey, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
This is for Davion.
Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to start off by thanking you for the time that you have taken away from your family, your friends, your job, and sacrificed what you've sacrificed in order to do this for all of us. Unfortunately, there's no one in this courtroom that can undo what happened. No verdict, no sentence, no punishment will bring Charles Jones back. His family, his friends, are experiencing and did experience real pain. We acknowledge that, and we fully accept and respect your verdict of guilt. But by virtue of your verdict, Davion Murphy's fate has been sealed. He will die in Florida State Prison. That is for sure. That's a fact. He's going to die one way or another. The only question that remains that you have to answer in this phase, in the second phase, is whether Davion Murphy dies when a higher power says so, or when the state of Florida decides that it should be done. It's the only question left. As I said, his fate has been sealed. He will live every minute of every day, of every month, of every year, incarcerated in prison for the rest of his life. There is no parole in the state of Florida. There's no good behavior. There's no gain time. And Mr. Davion Murphy's life is worth saving. An individual should not be judged by one tragic, terrific event. You have to consider the whole person. And that's what mitigation is. I expect that you're going to hear testimony from several doctors. You're going to hear from Dr. Eisenstein. He's a neuropsychologist.
Eisenstein.
And he's going to tell you about Davion's childhood, his intellectual struggles in school, how he has a very low IQ. He was in ESE classes. He was in an IEP program while he was in school. But one of the most defining things in Davion Murphy's life was when Davion Murphy was just a mere 12 years old. And his father got arrested and charged with murder. His father and his uncle were charged with the same murder. And as you all sit here, as we all sit here, as Davion Murphy sits here, his father is doing life in prison. That happened when he was 12. And his uncle was also incarcerated. As you know, as you've heard in the first phase of this trial, Mr. Murphy grew up in Jacksonville. And at a young age, 12, 13, 14, 15, violence and death were the norm in those communities, in that community that he lived with. It became normalized. I also believe that you will hear from Dr. Eisenstein and tell you that he grew up without a father figure, obviously, no stable environment, no financial stability whatsoever in his life. You're also going to hear that Davion himself was shot, that he's had multiple close family members that have been shot and killed, close friends shot and killed at a very young age. to Davion, death and violence were normalized. You're also going to hear from Dr. Rubino, and he's a neurologist. We had some PET scans and MRI scans done of Davion Murphy's brain. And he's going to testify that Davion Murphy has brain injuries, global brain injuries from multiple vehicle accidents, fights, other head trauma that he experienced from a young age and into his young adult age. And he's going to tell you that those brain injuries, and you'll see slides, and Dr. Rubino will tell you what those slides mean, but that those brain injuries cause him to have lack of judgment, lack of ability to stabilize his emotions, his inability to think about the consequences ahead of time, that he's a follower, not a leader. The first phase, you were decided whether or not Mr. Davion Murphy was guilty or not guilty, and he had the right, just as we all do, to defend himself. And as I said, we fully respect and accept your verdict. But during this phase, I'm going to ask you to consider all of the mitigation that we present on his behalf, and consider him as a whole person, who he is today, how he got here today, why is he sitting in this courtroom here today? Well, there's a reason. And I believe the mitigation that we present will give you that reason. And you should know that this is not a numbers game of how many aggravators the state has listed, or how many that they've even proven or have proven, or they've proven them all. Mitigation is individual to you, to each defendant, but individually a moral vote, the judgment that each one of you alone get to make. You guys will discuss the evidence, the mitigators, and things of that nature, but it's each of you has your own vote. I hope at the end of the presentation of the defense mitigation for Davion Murphy, gives him the just punishment of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Because the aggravating factors are just, they're there. But it's not going to outweigh the mitigation that we present. So at the end, I'll stand up here one last time and ask that you vote for life. Thank you.
All right, very good. And at this time, Mr. Petridis, you reserve until the presentation of your evidence, correct? Okay, very good. Okay, State, call your first witness.
Your Honor, the state of Florida would ask to present victim impact evidence.
Okay, very good. Yep, come on up.
Well, okay, so we have an approach. So we're moving into presentation now. What we just saw was openings. And we didn't have an opening. We didn't have an opening for Isaiah Chance, did we?
Okay, so there's just a quick matter I have to take care of outside of your presence, and it's going to take a little bit more than what I can do up here at the bench. Okay?
And we're kicking the jury out.
Head to the jury room. I'll be with you momentarily.
All rise.
Okay, very good. Okay, so just please repeat again, what is the objection to the letter?
You're on the first page, looks like fourth to last paragraph where it says trying to process the loss that happens so suddenly and violently. I would just ask that the word violently not be included.
I'm sorry. Is it words?
Yeah, I don't see that either.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to see it. I was, sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at the computer version, so it's the paragraph is a little different. So it's a paragraph that starts for family, also suffered tremendously.
Okay, and the next sentence reads, his loved ones continue to mourn him while trying to process the loss that happened so suddenly and violently. So what's the objection to the term violently?
Just the description that it's reiterating, found them guilty of the premeditated murder, looking for an impact to comment on the nature of the crime.
I mean, it was violent, wasn't it? Mr. Harmon, what's your response?
Judge, I think there's overwhelming evidence in front of this jury that this was a very violent murder, and I think that this is putting into context the loss to this family. The state has redacted out already a couple of sentences that were not necessarily improper, but just to be on the cautious side, I would ask the court to allow this because she is trying to frame the loss to the family and explain it to the jury. She's not commenting on the sentence, or what the
Right.
potential sentence should be, or casting aspersions towards any of the defendants.
Okay, yeah, I'll approve the objection, that's fine.
And on behalf of the again, we also object to that portion because I didn't receive this email till now. So.
Okay. Anything else regarding this letter before I bring the jury back in?
Not the letter, the email did say that there may be some photos, so I didn't know if there was something that we were to look at.
No.
Okay,
Yeah, there's not.
all right. And are you going to explain to the jury who this, if someone's reading
I
this on
am, Your
behalf
Honor.
of?
What I plan on doing is having him introduce himself where he works, and he is going to be reading the victim impact statement of the victim's mother, Sandrika Mays.
And does he need to be sworn
That's
in?
Julio's mom.
I can't hurt, I guess.
Okay. Oh, okay, very
Oh,
good.
and Judge, is there some cautionary instruction the court's supposed to read?
You know,
So
that's
someone
a good
else is
question.
reading the letter on behalf of Julio Foolio's mom.
Take a look.
She's not going to be reading it personally. And it might just be like a victim's
Is it a final
advocate. That's
instruction?
what the state attorney's office that's doing the reading.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Okay.
Yeah, there is an instruction if requested, so I assume it's being requested. It is as follows. You will hear evidence about the impact of this murder on the family of Charles Jones. This evidence is presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss by the victim's death. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor, and I did give that same instruction in the initial instructions, but I can give it again. Or any of the,
That's all, Your Honor.
you want me to give the instruction again before this witness testifies again regarding victim impact evidence?
It was right with the introduction.
I read in the introduction. I mean, there's no harm. I can do it again. Okay, I will. Okay, all right. We ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, bring in the jury. Okay.
Dang, it's taking a long time to get the jurors back in. What are they doing?
Okay.
Maybe someone's stuck in the bathroom. I don't know. We're like running out of catch-up time. We're almost real time. Shout out to lead attorney in the chat. I see everybody saying hey, but he's like lost in here. I can't scroll and see
Very good.
him.
Everyone have a seat. Welcome back. All right, again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are going to hear evidence about the impact of this murder on the family of Charles Jones. This evidence will be presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss by the victim's death. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. And sir, could you please raise your right hand? Madam Clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, have a seat. You may proceed, Mr. Harmon.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name?
I'm Chris Jeffers.
Mr. Jeffers, are you employed at the State Attorney's Office?
I am. I'm a victim advocate with the Victim Assistance Program at the State Attorney's Office.
Mr. Jeffers, have you agreed to assist us with presenting the victim impact statement of Sandrika Mays, the mother of Charles Jones?
I have.
And do you have it in front of you?
I do.
Are you prepared to go ahead and present it and read it?
Yes, I am.
Please do so.
Yes. My name is Sandrika Mays, and I am the mother of Charles Jones. No parent is ever prepared for the pain of losing a child. The loss of my son has completely changed my life and the lives of everyone who loved him. Charles was more than what people saw online or heard in his music. To me, he was my son, a human being with a heart, dreams, flaws, and people who loved him deeply. He was a brother, a friend, an artist, and someone who still has so much life ahead of him. Despite the challenges he faced, he continued to work hard, provide for those around him, and pursue his passion for music. Since his passing, there has been an emptiness in my life that words cannot fully explain. I struggle emotionally every single day. Birthdays, holidays, and family gatherings, and even ordinary moments now carry pain because Charles is no longer here. I constantly think about what his future could have been and the memories we were robbed of making together. The emotional trauma from this loss has affected my mental, emotional, and physical well-being. Grief is something that I carry daily. No mother should have to bury her child. The pain does not end after the funeral. It follows you every morning and every night. Our family has also suffered tremendously. His loved ones continue to mourn him while trying to process a loss that happened so suddenly and violently. His death has left emotional scars that will never fully heal. Charles' death occurred 1 week after my birthday, 2 days before his birthday, and a month before his sister's birthday. The last time I physically touched my son was June 21st, 2024, 12 noon, when I traveled to Jacksonville, Florida to give him his birthday gift. I asked the court to remember that Charles was a person whose life mattered. He was loved deeply, and his absence has devastated our family. Our family wishes for the court to understand the seriousness of the pain and loss caused by his death. Sincerely, Sandrika Mays.
All right, thank you. We'll step down.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Belle Louise, for the 2 and the reminder to hit that like
Any additional
button.
witnesses at this time?
No, Your Honor, State of Florida will rest upon all evidence presented in the first phase.
Okay, very good. Ms. Finkelstein?
Your Honor, the defense on behalf of John Gathright will call Raul Banasco.
So we heard Scott Harmon, the prosecutor, say he would call some witnesses as rebuttal witnesses after the defendants call their experts. So I think they have a bit more. They're just going to do it as rebuttal. And it's Sean Gathright calling this
Do you solemnly
witness.
swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Very good. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well,
Good.
thank you.
Please turn and introduce yourself to our jury.
My name is Raul S. Banasco,
Spell your last name for our court reporter.
B-A-N-A-S-C-O.
Thank you, sir. And how are you currently employed?
A variety of ways. I am a full-time jail administrator in Travis County Sheriff's Office in Austin, Texas, as well as an adjunct professor, and I do subject matter prison expert and jail security consulting work.
Can you please give our jury a summary of different facilities, jails, or prisons where you have worked?
I started my corrections profession in the state of Florida at the Central Florida Reception Center in Orlando, Florida, as a corrections officer. Spent 7 years at that facility, moved up into the classification department as a classification officer, senior officer, and supervisor, in which I got promoted in 1995 to Polk Correctional Institution in Polk City as a senior classification probation supervisor. Then went on to be the assistant warden at Martin Correctional Institution, maximum security facility in South Florida. And then after 3 years, got promoted to an assistant warden 2 level in Tomoka Correctional Institution in Daytona Beach for 5 years. Returned on a lateral to Central Florida Reception Center and got promoted to a warden at Hernandez Correctional Institution in Brooksville for women. And then shortly, about a year and a half, got promoted to headquarters to the Department of Corrections, headquarters as Director of Staff Development. And actually going back, I was a corrections officer at Lake Correctional Institution as my first assignment in Orlando in '87. And then moved on to run jails for the next 20 years.
Okay. And what type of education do you have to get into that kind of career?
To get in that profession, to be a corrections officer, of course, you have to have a high school diploma. I have an undergraduate degree in psychology from Iona University, as well as have my certification as a public manager to the Florida Atlantic University Master's Program. Have my master's in public administration through Florida Atlantic University, and also have my credentials as a certified jail manager through the American Jail Association's Professional Commission, as well as my corrections executive certification through the American Correctional Institution Agency through Washington Professional Certification Commission as well.
How long have you been, even up till now, working in this field?
Over 41 years, over 4 decades.
And I know you discussed you're currently working a capacity in a facility in Texas, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
I supervise over a jail population of 4,000 inmates and about 1,100 employees. It's the 5th largest jail in Texas.
When was the last time that you worked in corrections in Florida?
Okay, last time I worked in corrections in Florida was 2010, when I was separating myself from retiring in 2010.
That didn't work out too well, I see, you're still here, right?
Now, 25 years, and then 6 months later, went back into the business.
From the time working in the Florida Department of Corrections specifically, did you become familiar in those capacities that you described to us with their department policies and procedures?
Yes, as a classification supervisor, particularly at the Central Florida Reception Center, which is Central Florida's hub, receiving almost 600 to 900 inmates a week from county jails and processing them out throughout the prison system, as well as my role as an assistant warden for 7 years and my wardenship and directorship. Very familiar. We all had to be familiar with warden assignments because we got moved when the agency needed you to be moved.
And Department of Corrections, that's a state-run program, right?
Correct. This is the 3rd largest state prison system in existence.
So those DOC procedures will be pretty consistent from facility to facility?
Correct. They're pretty consistent. Maybe some SOPs might change a little bit on the design and the age of the prison, but they all pretty much operate the same.
And you indicated one of them, correct me if I'm wrong, was the warden of Hernando Correctional Institution, and was that with youthful and adult women?
Yes, I had a population of 350 youthful offenders from the age of 15 to 21, as well as the adult women population as well.
Why is there a separate prison for youthful offenders?
Every Sumter Correctional Institution is the one for men. In many cases, we have to sort of segregate the youthful offender population with the adults, particularly in that facility, those individuals that were in the youthful offender program. There's certain expectations. We have to provide them particular education programs when we have them necessary, as well as, keeping in standard for safety purposes, and we wanted to keep them separated because of their age and often because of their behavior. Between the age of 14 and 26, the behavior is sort of different in a prison setting compared to the adults.
And that was going to be my question. So 14 to 26 is what the department considered a youthful offender?
Yes, in the industry, that population, even though they are sentenced to an adult prison, you know, I'm not a professional psychiatrist, but knowing the business, that's a very rambunctious. They're at a point in their life where they're still maturing. We tend to see that population have more disciplinary reports, more egregious behavior, more fighting that you have to deal with in that population versus the adult, that they're more settled and mature once they settle in.
And you also, as part of your career, you worked with as a juvenile case manager up in New York at some point, right?
Correct. I did 2 years with 2 contracts, one with Hawthorne Seed Knolls, which was mental health juveniles, as well as the other ones with juvenile group home children, my first employment in social services. Yes.
Based on your past work and experiences, are you, I think I already asked you, you're familiar with the policies and procedures of both jails and prisons, specifically in Florida?
Yes.
And how, since it has been some time since you physically worked in the building, how do you keep up to be able to educate us on the policies and procedures of the Department of Corrections?
Well, it's been a while, but actually, always a corrections officer at heart. In my current assignment, I walk the units and the compound on a weekly basis. Also, keeping up with the Department of Corrections particularly, still have a lot of friends and family members who work in the agency, so keep up with that in that way, but also keep up with the annual reports, as well as some of the changes that the agency goes through, as I'm familiar with a lot of the current leadership in different capacities, because I came up with them, but keep up abreast with all the current changes going on that they have to publish as well in the agency website.
Okay, so in a little bit, I'm going to ask you about some specifics regarding life without parole and death row inmates in Florida. So are you able to give the jury that information based on what you've just described as far as how you keep up with those policies and procedures?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And before we get to that, so you're working now, other than what you've described in Texas, but you're testifying here today, is that more in a consultant capacity?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean?
Consultant means not in my work capacity is my role now, take actual time off with consulting. We tend to always do this kind of work for retirement purposes. And I take on cases, either resentencing cases, penalty phase cases, even some civil cases where there's some wrongful death involved, either for the agency's defense or for the actual plaintiff as well.
And I assume you're not doing that work for free. Can you tell us how much you charge per hour?
No, my fees are $200 an hour to interview, review records, as well as $225 an hour to testify, and $110 to travel time as well.
And that all gets approved when we get you onto a case?
Correct. Everyone that I work with, regardless if it's private or government, there's an agreement and that the hours are authorized in advance.
And have you previously testified in court before in that capacity?
Yes, I have.
And do you know approximately how many times?
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Your Honor, if I could ask just what capacity, because we covered a lot of.
Sorry.
Thank you.
As a consultant?
As a consultant, over 55, 60 cases,
And was that in state and federal court?
state and federal, as well as county as well.
Okay. And was that just in Florida or anywhere else?
Now, I've done work in South Carolina, the state of Georgia, Texas, Florida, of course, even though some work in Louisiana as well.
And have you always been allowed by those courts to give an expert opinion in the area of corrections policy, practices, and conditions?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the court allow Mr. Banasco to give his opinion testimony in the areas of corrections policy, practices, and conditions.
Mr. Foolio, witness this time.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you ever consulted on cases for the prosecution or state attorney's office?
No.
Okay, now I'm going to get into some specifics. We talked about the difference between a life without parole sentence and what a death row inmate. Let's start with life without parole. Throughout your lengthy career in corrections, have you become familiar with how inmates serving a life without parole sentence are housed in the Department of Corrections?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and can you tell us physically how they are housed?
Well, all my assignments in the Florida prison system were all at lifer facilities, so I'm very familiar with that. layout. What happens is an individual who is sentenced to the Department of Corrections, particularly like in this case with Ms. Gathright, he will go through a reception center process. He will be given an inmate number. That inmate number will remain with him for the remainder of his sentence while in the prison system. They will then be transferred after 6 to 12 weeks, in which they go through a reception process. They have to see all components, medical, mental health, social services, and classification, and we assess their custody level, and then we will assign them to vacant beds throughout the prison system. When that individual were to be received at a facility, let's say Toumey Correctional Institution, which is a lifer facility, holds all custody levels to close, that individual will be classified and assessed based on their skill set, their behavior, their prior behavior, whether it's in the county jail or in another system, in another agency, and then determine their housing assignment, determine their job assignment, in which every inmate that is serving a term of life will always have to be assigned a job assignment. So what that means is every inmate serving a life sentence is required to work up to 60 hours a week, whether it's cooking meals, preparing laundry, pushing about 100 lawnmowers, gasless of course, keeping up with the day-to-day maintenance of that prison. That is a requirement, as well as following all the other rules and regulations as required by the agency.
So part of the classification, and I know probably just out of habit, you said we, you obviously aren't working there
The
anymore, but
department.
the department will find a facility where Mr. Gathright would be the most useful
Yes,
and
yes.
fit in the best?
Yes.
And also they have programs and things you mentioned, right?
Yes, they have programs.
Can you explain what a typical day in the life of an inmate serving life without parole would look like, since they are required to work? What else does a day look like?
A typical life for an individual inmate serving in the Department of Corrections is they're woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning. We do a secure count. At that time, we will escort them to their appropriate chow hall, which is where they eat their meal. They have up to 10 minutes to sit and eat their meal. They will return back to their housing unit, in which we will conduct another count, and then we will allow them to go to the day-to-day operations. So inmates have work assignments. They are to report to their work assignments as scheduled. If they have call-outs for medical, classification, case management, they are to be accounted for, and we will go through the same process 3 times a day. So closer to the noon meal, around 11 o'clock, everyone will fall into their assignment. Those who are working, regardless of where you're at, we will do a count. We will go through the lunch meal, and then we'll repeat it again around 4:30 approximately in the evening, so we can make sure everyone's accounted for. Then they return back to their housing unit, and after dark, they are all secured in secured housing, and no inmates are allowed to be out of those buildings unless there's an emergency with proper security, shackles, and handcuffs to whatever assignment they have to go. Otherwise, they remain in those housing units till the next day, in which it is repeated again.
So they're not just roaming around the prison all day?
Absolutely
looking for
not.
things to do?
They're told when to do, what to do, when to do it.
I didn't hear you mention a shower. Do they get to shower?
They get to shower. We are required by accreditation standards to give them a minimum of 3 showers a week, but because those individuals are in an environment where they don't have their own showers, it's based on who the population is, usually about 250 inmates for like 7 to 10 showers. So they're sharing spaces.
And I don't know if you might have mentioned this, but the housing itself, are they in a dorm style, or what does their personal housing look like?
Their
For
personal
one?
housing is, Department of Corrections, we know it as HO5 and HO4 housing. That's the housing assignment we give individuals who are serving a life sentence. And HO5 is an individual cell that's designed with 2 men in it. That's more the old prison style. Like I worked at Toumey Corrections in Polk, old prisons because of the design at the time. Because we've had individuals serving life, we also code them, the Department of Corrections codes them as HO4. HO4 is the same type of secure housing, but these individuals are more in a communal environment, almost like a military style. The integrity of the building is still designed to hold lifers, but because a lot of the old prisons, the footprint is very antiquated and very manpower intensive, we have other type of industry standard housing, but they are in an HO4 status.
If someone is sentenced to life without parole, meaning they're not getting out, is there any incentive for them to follow the rules while they're in prison?
Well, every inmate in the Department of Corrections is required to work. And if they do not show up to work, even those who are medically indigent, they're required to work. They will face administrative outcomes, basically receive a disciplinary report for refusing to work, and if that continues to escalate, we move them into another level of status based on their classification and their negative adjustment in the prison setting.
And what would be their incentives to follow the rules other than just where they're housed? Do they get any benefit for following the rules?
They would have their privileges not revoked. Privileges such as family visits, commissary, inmate tablets, access to the TV, even access to programs. Those are the privileges in which they have to follow the rules in order to keep them.
And so you indicated that they are required, those inmates will be required to work 60 hours a week, and even if they're disabled. Is it safe to say that prison can be made even more comfortable for a person, or uncomfortable, sorry, if they refuse to work or they're not following the rules?
Yes, in the system, it's designed, if they continue to refuse to show up to work or their assigned area, they will get disciplinary reports. As they continue to escalate those disciplinary reports, then they will be considered for close management. And what close management status is, those individual inmates in the prison system that are not following the rules, they become a security concern, not only for the other inmates, but the day-to-day operations, at which time the institutional classification team will review them, place them on a docket, as they say, to be reviewed by central office, and move to a facility such as Santa Rosa Correctional Institution, Martin Correctional Institution, Columbia, to name a few, in which they house close management 1, 2, and 3 statuses. These individuals, for the most part, are locked in a single cell by themselves. They don't have any privileges, just to see medical every day, as well as their meals, and not even but twice a week get uniform and allowed out of their cell 3 times a week. They will remain in that status till they start complying with the rules and regulations, in which they will eventually, hopefully, move out of that status if they start conforming to the rules.
And you gave some examples earlier, just wanted to follow up some of the things that inmates do in the way of work at the prison. You included cooking, is that right?
Yes, we have to prepare 3 meals, as well as even dietary meals for the inmate population. So we use a lot of the inmate labor to do all the meal preparation, as well as keeping up with sanitary requirements. We have to launder all the food as well. We have also inmates, the department has to assign inmates who have skills in maintenance, because the Department of Corrections utilizes 80% of the inmate labor to keep up with the aging facilities that the prison system has. That's something on a national level. We put them to work. They do not have any kind of financial compensation. They're required to. We also keep up the grounds, as well as utilize them in different capacities. Those who might have a high school diploma might be part of the orientation for the new inmates coming into the prison system, sort of like a peer-to-peer, helping those, particularly those coming in with a term of years, to hopefully take advantage of the programs and not return back to the prison system.
You mentioned yard work. Do they do painting, electrical work, things like that based on their skill set?
They do plumbing, painting, electrical. Keep in mind, they're under supervision of what we know as a vocational instructor, so they're not freely having any access to tools. They're always supervised. Because of a prison design, things do break down at night, so sometimes, depending on the skill set, staff is dispatched, or even the corrections officers have to supervise them to keep up with these repairs. Wastewater treatment programs, some of the prisons in the Department of Corrections, I know personally, have been assigned to places where we don't have direct water access, so we have our own water and treatment programs, so we have to keep up with that as well.
You indicated that the inmates themselves don't make any money or commissary off of that work, is that right?
No.
Would you say that they save the Department of Corrections in the state of Florida money?
Yes, they do.
Because you indicated, I think, 80% of the work done is done by inmates?
Yes, I mean, keeping in mind, we're talking almost 80 prisons throughout the state of Florida and the aging buildings that they have. If it was not for the inmate labor, it would be quite challenging and financially a challenge to the agency to keep up with all the repairs.
Do they do anything that they can contribute outside the prison? Is there any work? I know, and this may be like way old school, we'd see inmates making like license plates. They probably don't do that anymore, but are they doing anything for people outside of the prison?
And actually, they still do license plates.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. In my years, and still to this day, we have different events. So actually, we use inmate laborers who might have some carpentry skills. They actually do a big thing every year in different agencies throughout the United States for Toys for Tots. We also use them to create the inmate uniforms, their inmate boots. We keep up also refurbishing of vehicles. When I worked at the women's facility, the women there did the eye contacts and the dentures for the prison system. So we utilize them to work through our partnership through PRIDE, the Prison Rehabilitative and Industrial Enterprise company that is a partnership. We put them to work with this particular partner to keep us sustained and also cost saving. They also do the furniture at Polk Correctional Institution. For those agencies that want to buy furniture, there's a furniture factory there as well.
And PRIDE, I think you said, is it Prison Rehabilitative Industrial Diversified Enterprise?
Yes.
That's a mouthful, but okay.
It's a lot.
So an inmate sentenced to life without parole, would you agree, is a resource for inside the prison as well as society in some cases?
Yes.
What about, you talked about visitation and some incentives for following the rules. What, are inmates in prison allowed to communicate with people on the outside, and if so, how?
Yes, they are allowed. There's the new industry standard. Typically, they can call on the phones, in which they can call out, but also we have tablets. It's the new industry standard. Inmates are assigned a tablet in which they can either do video visitation in some facilities and even text in a secure server to communicate with their family members as well.
And I assume that's all monitored by the department.
Completely, yes.
And is it free to the inmate?
No,
The tablet's free, but the communications aren't, is that right?
correct. There's a fee for the text as well as any kind of communication with outside folks.
Now I want to move on to talk to you a little bit about if someone's serving, or they're sentenced to death and they become a death row inmate in Florida. How is an inmate on death row housed physically?
Physically, when you're housed in a death row environment, particularly at Union CI, go there often, they're housed in a 6x9 cell, single-person housing with a mattress, their assigned TV, stainless steel sink and toilet, as well as our provided services. They also, 3 years ago, changed the process in which now inmates on death row also are allowed and issued a tablet, as well as they're allowed a lot more time out of their cells as historically, and also have family visits. Their food is delivered to them, and their uniforms are delivered to them, but they're not required to work.
Let me just take those a little bit one at a time. So you said the TV, do they have their own TV?
Yes.
What about the inmates that are serving life without parole? Do they get their own TV?
No, each side of the dorm or each pod or quad is, depending what you call it, the department has to share a TV in that environment. So there's often fights and stuff, but they basically, amongst the prison population, have to determine what channel of the limited channels they can see.
But somebody that's on death row will have their own TV?
Yes.
And do they go to the chow hall to eat, or you said they get the food delivered to them?
Their 3 meals are delivered to them on the row.
Do they do their own laundry?
No.
So somebody else, the inmates that are working, do their laundry and bring it to them?
The inmate laundry is done by the inmate laundry trustees, as we often call them, and they will be delivered on a weekly schedule, exchange their uniforms.
And you, I believe you said that they are not required to work. Are they able to work?
They're able to work, but they're not required to work.
Do inmates sentenced to death contribute to the prison workforce in any way?
No.
So let me turn your attention to Mr. Gathright, Sean Gathright. Did you have an opportunity to meet with him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, do you recall when that was? And you can look at your notes if you need to.
March
refresh.
1st, 2026, at the Hillsborough County Jail.
And what was his demeanor, just generally, when you met with him?
Very pleasant, a young individual who was very articulate. We spoke, he was very respectful, had a good meeting with him.
And I assume you know that he's relatively young, at 20 years old right now.
Yes, he was booked at the age of 18, he's 20 now.
Did you learn through records provided by my office that Mr. Gathright was a high school graduate?
Yes,
Let me ask you a little bit about that. You mentioned earlier in your direct about somebody with an education. Certain inmates can maybe be kind of mentors or peer-to-peer, I think you described it, working with inmates that are serving a term of years, meaning they are getting out of prison. Do you think that Mr. Gathright would have that ability if he were serving a life without parole sentence?
he would have that ability. Of course, classification, we'll have to look at his behavior, but the fact that he does have a high school diploma, that is one of the requirements to be an inmate student aid, because they're helping other individual prisoners obtain some kind of education programming, so they have to have a high school diploma. So he does have the credentials to be considered for that type of work assignment.
And as you said, when he gets to classification, somebody there will make all these determinations once they evaluate him physically, mentally, behaviorally, all of that stuff, right?
That's correct.
And based on your previous work as a classification officer, you feel comfortable saying that he could potentially be in that role?
Based on my experience and 4 decades, someone who I met and got the opportunity to speak to, and his current housing assignment, he has the potential to be considered for an assignment like that once in the prison system, but that would be over a period of time. Every inmate who's brought into a permanent prison will have to go through a period of observation, and usually they start on the inside grounds for the first 3 to 6 months, and depending how well they do out in the heat and behave and follow the rules, then they can be considered for other positions which have more responsibilities or level of trust, but always supervised by staff.
And in the Department of Corrections, are there also what you consider faith and character facilities?
Yes, that is a new industry standard in the last 5 to 7 years. The Department of Corrections has quite a few of those that are spread out throughout the state.
And what do they offer to an inmate serving, well, I assume they don't include death row inmates, but if somebody's serving life without parole, what would that mean?
Anyone in the prison system up to life is eligible to be considered to go to that facility. For example, you have a Sumter Correctional Institution, Everglades Correctional Institution, but you have to show a 2-year record of following the rules, no disciplinary reports, no kind of security concerns, just to be considered. There's an application process in which they will have to go through, because these facilities, they're also known as incentivized prisons. So they only want those inmates who are respectful, following the rules, and not going to be a security concern.
And based on Mr. Gathright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes. With my experience, not only just in classification, but as a former warden and even as a jail administrator, he's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put him out there to work, because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration. We have that, so we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them, since they are young and actually can do the work.
And I know we talk about life without parole and death row, but for our jurors' education, in Florida, what does a life sentence without parole mean?
A life sentence in the Florida Department of Corrections means from the minute they're brought in, they're assigned an inmate number. He will be assigned an inmate number, and when he dies and leaves in a body bag, he will still have that inmate number. An inmate serving life will never, ever get out. There is no parole in the state of Florida, and they're not ever allowed outside the razor wire and the fence of a secure facility.
So the only way that an inmate serving life without parole would leave is when they die by natural causes.
Objection, Your Honor, ask the answer.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll talk to the witness. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. Harmon?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Banasco, you throughout your testimony have been using the term "we" when you're talking about the DOC. You keep doing it. You're no longer employed by the Florida Department of Corrections, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you separated from a corrections job here in Florida in 2010, but that was a county corrections job, correct?
Yes.
You separated from the Department of Corrections in 2006,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So 20 years ago, right?
Yes.
All right, so it's been 20 years ago since you have worked as an employee of the Florida Department of Corrections.
That is correct. Yes.
Since you have stepped foot into a correctional institution in this state as an employee, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've talked about you have previously testified as a consultant, and I believe counsel asked about your expert opinion in corrections or in security, corrections security.
Corrections, security operations, anything to deal with corrections, detention, prisons, and jails.
The 55 times that you've testified, that has included testifying in civil cases, correct?
Yeah, a handful, yes, sir.
Testifying in cases where people have filed lawsuits where someone's been injured or hurt in a jail or in the prisons.
Yes.
That's included testimony in non-capital criminal cases.
That's correct.
When did you start testifying in criminal cases?
In criminal cases?
Yeah.
Oh, it's been
Criminal
over
cases.
10 years.
Over 10 years, all right. And you didn't start testifying in cases like this, penalty phase of a capital murder case. You didn't start doing this until about 5 years ago, right?
Approximately 5 years ago, yes.
So how many times have you come into court in a penalty phase setting like this and testified?
Over 40 times.
In a penalty phase?
In a penalty case, about 20 cases.
Over the last 5 years?
Yes.
You were asked about the typical day in the life of a person who has been sentenced to life without parole here in the state of Florida, right?
Yes.
In the prisons, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that when the person is sentenced and they're transported, they go to a receiving facility, correct?
From the county jail?
Yes,
Yes, they go to a reception center,
a
yes.
reception center. And then, I don't know, are they classified there, or do they go to some other facility where they go through classification?
No, every prisoner goes to the reception center, and they will classify them and assign them to a permanent prison.
To a permanent prison, right. And that's done by a classification specialist of some type?
Classification officer along with their classification supervisor.
And once they get into a prison, when they're assigned to their prison, they will be observed and they will be watched and monitored and documented, as you said, as they go through their day-to-day activities, correct?
Yes,
Over the course of the time that they're in that facility, right?
yes.
And at about 6 months approximately, they're going to be reevaluated, right?
Right, anywhere from 3 to 6 months. Now, of course, to clarify, if they're not adjusting well, they will be reassessed sooner
Right.
than that.
But they're, okay, that's true. Okay, if they commit some offense, or they violate some major rule, or they start accumulating DRs, disciplinary reports, that may accelerate that classification or reevaluation. Is that right?
Yes.
But at some point, even if they live spotlessly clean, follow all the rules, they are a wonderful inmate, they do everything right, they're going to be reclassified at some point within a year.
Well, particularly in this case, when you're serving a life sentence, at a minimum, you have to have an annual review. So basically, they have a reassessment annually just to make sure they're keeping up with their behavior and touching base with any needs as a case manager would do.
Right, and I misspoke. They're not necessarily going to be reclassified, but they're going to be reassessed, reevaluated.
Yes,
And that's done by a classification team or a specialist in that facility?
right. The classification officer will review them, and then the paperwork goes to the institutional classification team.
So if a person is sentenced to life without parole for a capital murder, like in this case, same kind of charges we have in this case, and they go up to the reception center, they're normally going to be sent to a facility, correctional institute, and they're going to be at a fairly high level of security level, right?
Every inmate serving life will be nothing less than close custody.
Close custody, right. And once they've been there for 6 months, 8 months, whatever it takes, if they're following the rules and they're doing what they're supposed to do, and they're not accumulating DRs, they're going to be reevaluated, right?
Correct.
And there may be modifications to their job assignments, correct?
Correct, based on institutional needs.
Institutional needs, right. And you said that most likely if someone is sentenced to life, the first thing they're going to be doing is probably pushing a mower outside, working outdoors, doing some kind of manual labor, right?
Correct. Inside grounds is the go-to assignment. It's in the heat, and that's where we need the most labor
Right.
to get things done.
And a lot of these facilities, even the ones in North Florida in the summer, they get pretty hot, don't they?
Every one of them.
So they're going to be out there in the heat getting pressure tested as far as their ability to maintain what they're supposed to be doing their jobs, doing it right, being disciplined enough to follow regulations, right, and rules.
Yes.
And again, that's something that's being assessed over time, right?
Yes.
I was trying to find the term you used, a period of observation, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. Now, you work in Texas, is that correct, sir?
Yes, I do.
In Austin, right?
Yes.
What county is that? Tarrant County? Is that
No,
right?
that's Travis County.
Travis County. You did work in Tarrant County.
Tarrant County's Fort Worth, yes.
Fort Worth. And you also worked in San Antonio,
Yes,
is that
Tarrant
right?
County.
And you worked in St. Louis for the
Correct.
jails up there, correct?
For 10 months.
You worked
Horrible
in
experience.
Osceola County?
Osceola Jail Commander and Orange County Corrections
Orange
as the
County
major.
Corrections? You've had a lot of corrections jobs where you've worked for about 2 to 4 years and then moved on to other jobs?
No, the agency, the department, I was on 19 years, did 2 years with Orange County Corrections, promoted to Osceola County, did my additional 2.5 years, and retired.
That's when you retired out of
Retired.
2010.
Had to deal with the unfortunate escape and fire folks, and my mother was in hospice. And then actually, just to clarify, then went on to work with Bridges of America for 2 years, which is a reentry program that contracts Department of Corrections for 2 years. And then I was tapped on to be the jail administrator in Bexar County for almost 4 years. And individuals like myself, we serve at the will, so the elected official sheriff was not reelected. So the administration that's appointed has to find another opportunity in which the sheriff in Tarrant County asked me to be the jail administrator.
I thought you said Bexar County, you said.
Bexar.
Bexar County.
Mhm.
Okay, and those are in Texas,
That's in San Antonio, yes.
San Antonio. And
Texans
Tarrant County
weigh
is
in.
which?
How do you
Fort
say it?
Worth. Fort Worth, all right. But you work in Austin, but you live in Tallahassee, correct?
Correct. I commute every few weeks.
Have
My
you
home
done-
is in Tallahassee.
Have you done that through all your jobs in Texas?
Yes.
Kept your residence here in the state of
Well,
Florida?
yeah, because my wife and family reside on and off in Florida, so I even did it when I went to St. Louis, did 10 months, but my family didn't relocate to that assignment.
So you were in St. Louis for 10 months, for less than a year?
It's a tough assignment. That's all I wanted to do was 10 months in St. Louis.
And in addition to doing that, as you told counsel when she first asked what you do, you started consulting, right?
I've been consulting since 2000. I'm a National American Correctional Association national and international auditor. I've done over 300 prison and jail inspections in-state.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was talking about consulting in legal cases. I should have been more specific.
Okay.
At some
Yeah.
point, you started consulting in legal cases.
Correct. It could have been
Okay.
2014 is when I started doing more of the legal side of it.
So getting back to what we were talking about, when you worked in the DOC, you either trained on or you supervised the people who were doing these classifications, correct?
Yes,
The teams, the classification specialists or coordinators,
all that.
fair to say that? Yep?
Yep.
Okay. And like we were talking about earlier, they're reviewing and you correct me if I'm wrong, the security level for that person? Or
Correct.
the custody level?
Yeah, what happens is we review, first of all, the term that they're sent to the prison system will determine their custody in many cases. So someone who serves life, you will always be close custody. That's just, the system is designed that way. Depending on other inmates coming in the system, if they have a term of years, they also look at that. If their charges mitigate, all those things to determine their custody level.
And a lot of it, or most of it, is based on their adjustment, right? How they're adjusting.
Their adjustment, as well as their prison sentence, as well as
Right.
their prison.
But I mean, they're continuing, when you're reassessing a person's status and how they're going to live in the custody or in that institution, they're looking at how they're adjusting to prison life over time, right?
Yes.
And they're looking for a continuous positive behavior on the part of the inmate, correct?
Correct, starting from the reception center, because when they come in, 6 to 12 weeks, they might not get to their permanent camp, so they are assigned a job even at a reception center. If you're there more than 10 weeks, you have to get a job assignment, so they actually start now assessing them even at the reception center, pending going to their permanent facility.
So this to be, just to phrase it another way, they're looking at the sentence, they're looking at the history, but they're also looking at things like, do they have a high school degree, right?
Yeah, they look at their education, they verify that through
Right.
their database to make sure if they have any kind of education. They also gather their skills, any kind of employment, because when we get weekly allocations, I'm going to correct myself, when the Department of Corrections gets weekly allocations, it's like a factory line. On Mondays, they get an allocation list. We're flushing out 590 prisoners out of the system, but one facility needs 50 cooks. Another one might need 12 plumbers. No matter the custody level, depending on main institution, then we try, the Department of Classification team will try to fill those allocations because we want to empty the reception centers, but also the department needs to fill the vacancies and the needs for those facilities.
So a lot of it's need-based, from what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay.
Yes.
You spent, in this case with Mr. Gathright, an hour and a half with him, correct?
Yes,
And you've told us some of your impressions here a few minutes ago?
yes.
Yeah, let me just go through that with you. You found out at some point that he has a high school degree, correct?
Yes.
You found out that he had prior, I guess, worked in the catering industry, may have culinary skills or
Yes.
some level of culinary skills?
He worked at Oxford Country Club as a prep cook. He did some other work. During my interview, he did work in the hospitality industry,
At a country club?
country club in Oxford, in Mississippi, I think it was, yes.
And you found him to be very articulate, correct?
Correct,
He was very cooperative with you, is that correct?
yes.
In fact, he graduated from Oxford High School in Mississippi, correct?
Yes, in 2023, I think. Yes.
He also worked for the Omni Hotel, is that right? In catering?
Let me double check. He didn't mention that. He did tell me he worked for Oxford Country Club, well, also a sushi place and Central Plate Catering Service, unless that was a contract with the Omni Hotel, which some of them do. Not familiar.
Okay. If you had said at a time in the past that he did work for the Omni Hotel, would it refresh your memory if I showed you that?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And it's page 23, counsel, of his deposition. Let me see if I can
Oxford, Omni. Yeah, I did mention Omni, but in my notes, as you see, well,
Do you think that the Omni that you came up with may have been something someone told you maybe, even if it's not in your notes since you testified to it
no, I
in the
really,
deposition?
and I don't even say it in Omni Hotel, but I don't know where that one came from. I'm trying to look at my notes. No, Central Plate Catering, I don't recall.
So he had experience working in catering,
And serving,
serving.
prep cook.
Prep cook. All right. Do you remember telling me in your deposition that I took of you that you were impressed by him?
Yes.
And you found him to be a very mature person, a very mature young man?
Someone 20, yes, he came across very mature.
Now, when you worked for the Department of Corrections, you worked for a lot of institutions, a lot of correctional institutions, correct?
Yes,
And when I say worked for, all of that's the Department of Corrections.
yes,
Statewide agency, right?
yes, sir.
Maintains our prison system. Is that
Correct.
correct? All right.
Yes.
So I think you said you worked at Tomoka, you worked at Martin. You mentioned Santa Rosa. You didn't work at Santa Rosa.
I
though,
worked
right?
at Polk CI, Polk
Polk
Correction
CI.
Institute, Martin, Tomoka, Hernandez.
Union Correctional and Florida State Prison, both located in Rayford or right there by Rayford. Familiar with them?
Yes, I
All
am.
right. You were never permanently assigned to either one of those, correct?
No,
You visited them as part of your job. You went there for training, I believe. You may have been there for other reasons, but you were never permanently assigned there.
never permanently assigned.
Never permanently assigned to death row, correct?
Correct.
And when you worked there, when you left in '06, death row was housed, for men, was housed at Union, correct, in Rayford?
Yes,
And literally almost down the road at Florida State Prison, which is a prison that's actually called Florida State Prison, correct?
FSP.
Right, FSP. Now, death row is housed exclusively at Union Correctional, correct?
Yes,
You have not viewed the inside area of death row or had access to that in over 20 years, correct?
correct.
Death row conditions, would you agree with me that that is maximum solitary close custody?
It is maximum security, close custody. I don't know if the word solitary, that's a
All right.
word we don't use in the industry anymore because.
Right.
Right.
Well, the common meaning solitary, meaning that they are housed individually in their own cells, correct?
Yes,
You indicated earlier the cells are 6 feet by 9 feet, correct?
approximately, yes.
All right. And in death row, there are 6 wings, each with 2 levels, 8 cells per row. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's my
right.
understanding.
You mentioned steel toilets and sinks. The toilet has no lid, correct?
Stainless steel toilet, yeah, no, it's industrial corrections toilets.
They have a steel bed with a thin mattress, correct?
Correct.
And they can have a radio if they wish, correct?
Also, they also, often, many of them just use the tablets, because you can get music on tablets
The
as well.
tablets, all right. I'm going
Yes.
to talk to you about the tablet in a minute. They are issued tablets, let's just go ahead and talk about it. They are issued tablets. The tablet is, it's like it sounds, it's like a pad, electrical pad or tablet.
It's a hard book.
Right. And it has limited content on it. You can read books on it. There are some programs you can watch on it. But there is availability to purchase additional things you can watch on it for money, correct?
Yes,
So you have to have that money in your commissary or canteen, is that correct?
that is correct.
So somebody you know outside of prison has to put that or donate that or deposit that into your account?
Into the inmate trust account, yes, sir.
Okay. They have no access to any kind of internet connection with that tablet, correct?
That is correct.
They are issued their own TVs. They are little 13-inch cubes, correct?
Yes,
And those work off of an antenna, correct?
Rabbit ears, as we often call it.
Just like the larger, big flat screens that are mounted in the general population, or the, I'm not saying that right, I know that's not the term.
The day
Open
rooms,
popu-
in the day rooms.
Yeah, well, let me go back to open population for non-death row. They have bigger TVs that are mounted that they watch communally, I guess.
Correct, there's general population.
Right. But with both of those, they're working, especially these little small TVs are just working off an antenna, right? Like
Yes.
little rabbit ears,
We have
right?
the same channels that everybody else would have.
Just a few channels. They're not getting a streaming service or cable, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, their food, they are fed 3 times a day, correct?
Yes,
First, breakfast is at 5 a.m., correct?
roughly, yes.
Lunch is from 10:30 to 11, is that right?
More or less. Yes.
Dinner from 4 to 4:30 p.m.
Yes.
Those meals are brought to them on a plastic tray, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And they are slid through and they eat them in their cell, correct?
Yes,
They don't leave their cell to go eat somewhere, correct?
that is correct.
And they are given what's called a spork,
Spork, yes.
a plastic spork, correct?
Yes,
That's all they're given. They're not
Yes.
given any cutlery of any kind, correct?
absolutely not.
And that would be the 3 meals they're going to eat every day moving forward, correct?
Like
The
the
way
rest
they eat 'em.
of every inmate, yes.
Those are prepared by institutional food service, correct?
Yes,
Is that other inmates?
yes, inmates prepare the meals.
So they're eating them when they're secured in their cells, correct?
Yep.
All
I
right.
think from time to time, keeping up with some of the changes, they might have 1 or 2 eat in the day room, the trustees helping, but majority of them eat in the cell.
Now, they're allowed to have snacks, correct?
Yeah, yes,
But-
commissary items, yes,
But they have to purchase those from the commissary
correct.
with money deposited into that account. Is that right?
Yes,
All right. There are times when they're allowed out of that cell, correct?
yes,
And you talked about that because there was a civil legal settlement back in 2022 that expanded their time out of the cells, correct?
yes, sir.
They can go to what's called a day room, right?
Yes,
And that's, every day, Monday through Friday, for 3.5 hours, correct?
yes.
And that is that entire row, so 8 or 7 inmates, correct?
7, 8 inmates in the same common area.
Right.
If they choose to leave the cell.
So the common area is basically a cell, just like the one they're in, that's in the middle of the row. That's an empty cell that has things in it, like a kiosk, a TV, a card table, right?
Now, when you say the middle cell, you're talking about the day room environment?
The day room.
Yeah, it's sort of an area, but it's not a cell that everyone goes into. It's a common area.
It's about the size of a cell, though.
About
right?
the size, very small, but it's
Very
a common
small.
area where the officers are supervising them. They're not like in a cell.
So these inmates, during that time, they can also elect to go use one of the phones on the row, right?
Yes.
On that row. Or they can elect to take a shower, correct?
Yes.
To go have a shower. And like all the other, they get 3 showers a week, but they can elect to use that day room time to get a shower, right?
Yes.
The kiosk that is in that day room, there's a similar kiosk in their recreational area that they're allowed to go to during the week too, right?
I think there is, but I can't confirm that. But
But the kiosk allows them to make purchases, it allows them to make phone calls with money.
I know the
Deposited money.
kiosks that you're referencing, my understanding, those kiosks, unless you're talking about the wall mounts, most of them are only there to communicate, get your balance on your inmate account, as well as order commissary.
Order commissary, all right. So other than the day room time, if they're gonna take a shower, they have to take it 3 times a week.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
They also have recreation time as well.
They do. So I want to talk to you about that real quick. That's 2 times a week for 3 hours, right?
Correct.
And I think there's about 20 inmates at a time that go out on that rec area.
Yeah, my understanding, they try to keep it at 15, but 20 is the max.
15 to 20, okay, 20 is the max, right. And the rec area has a backboard,
Yes, they do.
and it has an area, a flat area there where they can shoot hoops, play basketball.
Yes, sir.
All right, but it's not full court.
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. And I think there's a dipping and chinning apparatus that they can share or utilize, correct?
Yes,
And it's open air.
yes.
All right. Visitation is on the weekend, if they're allowed to have visitation.
And during the week, I've visited many times, and families do come up during the week as well.
That has to be pre-approved, correct?
By the warden, yes, sir.
But there are hours on the weekends from, I believe, 9 to 3, where they can go and be visited, correct?
Correct.
So, other than what we've talked about, staying on their row where their cells are lined up and going to the day room or going to the rec area, anytime they leave that cell, they are shackled, correct?
Yes.
And that would include leg irons, waist chains, and cuffs to the waist chains, correct?
And a black box.
And a black box between the hands, right?
Yes.
So they're going to be walking like this,
Yes,
and they're going to be escorted anywhere else they go.
with 2 officers.
When they go to visitation, to visit someone on the weekend, they're escorted to a search room where they are searched and monitored, correct?
Yes, going in and out.
And then they're allowed to go into this open area, which I think has a maximum of 22 or 23 inmates,
Correct.
where they can meet with their families.
Across from the table.
On average, inmates on death row spend 21 hours a day, on average, in their cell.
Well, depending on the week of the day, it can be as less as 16 hours, but depending on if that's the day room, and also keep in mind, they can put a request to go to the library as well now, in which they have to be escorted. And they can also say they had a medical emergency, so I don't want to quantify that, because every day is a different
Right,
day. But
right.
I would honestly say anywhere from 15 to 21 hours is about the average.
And no matter what, they are always under heavy surveillance, correct?
Yes, because of their custody level.
What is their custody level?
They are, any inmate who is sentenced to death row is maximum security level.
All right. And they are you talked about head counts in general population. The inmates on death row are counted hourly, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Every hour, or at least every hour on the hour, correct?
They also have informal counts as well.
They have, you would agree with me, a strictly controlled daily routine, correct?
I would say yes.
All right. And there is no air conditioning on death row, correct?
Well, no. There is air conditioning on death row. As far as the housing units, not like a general population prison environment, we don't have death row. They do because of their housing category.
Right. There's
yes.
no AC, right? No air
Well,
conditioning.
they do have, I want to say not AC, but they do have some kind of better exhaust system because they spend the majority of their time in a housing environment versus a regular prison, they're allowed to go outside
But
onto the complex.
It's not air conditioning, though, the way that
No.
we would understand air
No,
conditioning.
not like
Okay.
we would do at home, no.
We've got a match in the chat. Kristen's gonna give out 5 gifted memberships if we can get the likes up, and Sheriff Chuck is gonna match. So if you could kindly
I
hit that like
believe you
button,
answered this,
you might
but
get a
to
membership.
council's question.
Very sweet of you guys.
In the times that you told us that you've come in penalty phases and testified, I think you said it was 20 times over the last 5 years?
Approximately, yes.
And you've given similar testimony to what you gave today?
Yes.
About the conditions within the Department of Corrections?
Yes,
Okay. You've never testified in those cases for the state or the prosecution, correct?
no, never been asked.
And you indicated you are getting paid for your work in this case, and you told us your rates, $200, $225 for testimony. Have you tendered any invoices for your work?
Yes, I have.
What was the total?
The total for the first invoice was for 10 hours and a half, and it was approximately $1,800.
And how much additional work hours since then?
20 hours, totaling probably about $2,500 more.
Lastly, you found with the defendant, when you interviewed him over that hour and a half, that not only was he mature, but you gave the opinion that he could handle himself, correct?
Yes, based on his physical stature, his communication, how he was able to answer my questions, he seemed like.
Go ahead.
Okay, keep going? Okay.
No, keep
I'm sorry.
talking. He's listening.
All right, okay, he's listening, okay. So based on my observation, He didn't pose a concern of not living in general population, particularly at the jail, the way he's in general population and talking to the officers.
Right.
Yeah.
That wasn't my words, that was your words to me in the deposition, right, that he can handle himself?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll tender the witness.
Okay, hold on, any cross, Mr. Hernandez, any cross?
No, thank you.
Any cross, Ms. Toumey? No. And Mr. Pietrowski? Okay, redirect.
Just a couple follow-up questions, Mr. Banasco. You said you've never been asked to testify for the state. Are you open to that if somebody were to contact you?
Yes, ma'am.
And backing up to some of the questions you were asked about your kind of employment and assignments over the last, several years, I believe that you said on direct that it's kind of common, this consulting area is somewhat common for somebody who may have your in-depth experience in the jail and prison system. Is that right?
Correct.
Being a retired warden, things like that?
Yes, many of us, because of our national affiliations with national corrections, local jail detentions, a lot of us who retire or have retired once come back, they seek that experience in many cases to get a bit of insight on how the systems work.
Not something that while you're working in that employment, for example, as the warden of a prison, you're not going to come and testify here, are you?
No.
When you were asked about some of your employment, you called them assignments. So I just wanted to clear it up a little bit. Some of the work that you've done, say in Texas and different counties, those are temporary assignments, is that right?
They're all at-will assignments.
So you're not taking a position somewhere and then just quitting?
No.
When you said that in speaking with Mr. Gathright, he was mature for a 20-year-old, was that based upon the conversation you had with him?
My conversation, how he was answering the questions, my years of experience, particularly his age, someone who was 20, was not sharing information, was communicating well, and wasn't disrespectful at all.
You weren't asked to evaluate his decision-making or impulsivity or anything like that, right?
No.
And you were in the jail, I believe, Hillsborough
Yes.
County Jail?
Yes.
Was that in a small interview room?
Yes, it was.
And I presume that you told him that his defense team sent you to see him, is that right?
Yes, I did.
You were asked about some areas of death row and when the inmates can go outside, and you were asked if they were open air, and you said yes, right?
Yes.
The law requires an amount of air and sunshine, is that correct?
Yes, they're required to have sun, also for national accreditation purposes.
When you say open air, does that mean that they're not surrounded by a fence or barbed wire and
No,
some?
it's a dog pen, as we call it. They're fenced in entirely. There's not an open fence, but everything's fenced in. You
So
just
it's
have
not-
access to sunlight.
Not some lovely outdoor recreational area?
No.
And about the air conditioning, I think you clarified it, but just so that we're clear, that when there's no AC, or what we know as AC on death row, that's just where the inmates are housed, not the other facilities that they're able to go to, right?
Correct. So for clarification, when you say other, like facilities where lifers are assigned,
Well, just, or on death row, if they were to go to a day room, they're going where everybody goes?
yeah, pretty much those units, they're designed with heavy exhaust system, which runs the air more fluidly, more cooler than you would be at a regular prison where there is literally very little flow of air, so it's very hot. The environments are very different.
Okay. In the visits that a death row inmate has, Mr. Harmon kind of showed how they're shackled and they have the black box and they're in handcuffs, but those handcuffs are actually removed when they visit with their loved ones, right?
Yes, they are.
And they're allowed a hug and a kiss, I believe?
A hug and an embrace, that's it. Just like the rest of the inmate population.
When someone is sentenced to life without parole, is the goal of the Florida Department of Corrections to rehabilitate that person?
Objection outside the scope, Your Honor.
Overall, go ahead.
No, in my many years of experience as classification officer and supervisor, the standard practice across the industry, those who are serving a term of life, they're not the ones that we are focused on making an investment in. We look at those individuals who have a term of years, so we can provide them programs, betterment, peer-to-peer self-assessment programs, because the goal is to get them in a place so when they get released, they do not reoffend. And with a lifer, we are aware they will never leave the prison system. The only opportunity they will have is they end up at a prison in which maybe we informally as classification officers would keep a list. So we had a vacant seat in a particular program and they were behaving and following the rules, we would insert them so that seat wouldn't go to waste, but they're still required to work 60 hours a week. They do not get out of work. Versus those with a term of life, less than life, those individuals, if they're going to be getting released, that in many cases, the assignment for them will be education half a day and then work the other half.
So although we've heard that someone serving life without parole is required to work and then may have some opportunity to do programs or mentorships, the ultimate goal is still punishment, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
All right, now real quick, everyone's like, what? Well, not everybody, but some people are like, what's the point of this? So the jury's task here is to decide whether or not to recommend the death penalty, and it's an individual decision for each of the 4 defendants here. They could decide the same, they could decide differently. And in Florida, only 8 of the 12 jurors need to be in agreement to put this recommendation forth. The only option on the table is death penalty, if it's recommended, or life. And there's no parole for that. So what the defense is trying to do is say, look, for jurors who may be inclined to really want to punish them, give them what they deserve, spare their lives because they're not going to have a good life as a lifer in a lifer facility. They're going to have to work. They're going to have to labor. They're going to stink. They have to have a roommate. They're not going to have their own room. They're not going to have their own TV. They have to go to the common area. And that's a day-to-day, it's more punitive day-to-day than what life is like on death row. And the state, Scott Harmon, came up and rebutted some of that. He said, hey, the conditions aren't great on death row either. Isn't it like there's no AC? There's exhaust, but there's no AC. It's still horrible, right? So they're just arguing the idea that spare the life because punishment would still be bad if you give them life and don't sentence them to death. And the state's arguing against that. So that's why they called that witness. We're going to skip the calling up of the next till the next witness is on the stand while they do this walk in, walk out.
Ms. Finkelstein, who's going to be your next witness?
I have 2 witnesses that should be, and I'm going to confirm now, should be on Zoom.
Okay.
We're just kind of going based on time. So based on what time it is, we will do Bailey Pietrowski first,
Okay.
and then after that we'll do Maurice Edwards.
Okay.
And then we'll have them, I think, you should let them in, right? So if they go
Yes,
in the waiting room.
I can let them in.
We're going to have Zoom witnesses.
All right. I'll be back in 10 and then we'll get going.
Oh, they're taking a break anyway. So we're going to, that's probably good. They can get the Zoom worked out and get these witnesses that are testifying remotely set up. So Jenna Finkelstein is the attorney for Sean Gathright. So she's the one who called that last witness we had on the stand. And because there's 4 defendants, when one of the defendants calls somebody, technically the other defendant's attorneys will have the opportunity, if they need to do some cross-examination questioning if they choose. They didn't with this witness. If you missed it earlier, I did put together to try to make it a bit simpler for us to follow. It's kind of a sloppy, quick graphic, because I'm streaming, it's kind of hard to multitask. But the state is arguing the 4 aggravating factors shown here. Let me get some stuff off the screen. There we go. So when it comes to the death penalty, the whole purpose of this penalty phase is to give us, here's why the state says that the death penalty is warranted. It's not just a first-degree murder. It's not just a capital offense. There's heightened circumstances, specific circumstances that justify a recommendation of the death penalty. The judge cannot sentence these individuals to death if the jurors opt not to recommend the death penalty. If the jurors do recommend the death penalty, the judge could still decide otherwise. But the recommendation has to come from the jury for the judge to be able to use it, at least here in Florida. And again, only 8 of the 12. So the 4 factors they're arguing are these special circumstances that give rise to why the death penalty should be recommended. The first is contemporaneously convicted. So we know that in this indictment, especially for Rashad, Davion, and Sean Gathright, who were charged and convicted with the attempted murders, the lesser of a second degree instead of the first. That's a contemporaneous conviction. They're convicted at the same time as the capital offense being the first degree murder of Charles Jones. So this first aggravating factor, contemporaneously convicted in use of violence to another person. Those are the 3 times attempted murder convictions. And they mixed in, for these same 3, that they knowingly created a separate aggravating factor, knowingly created a risk of death to many persons, because in their decision to shoot at Julio Foolio in this hotel parking lot, where they did actually strike 3 other individuals that were part of these attempted murder counts, there were also other guests minding their own business in the parking lot, in the lobby of the hotel, staying in the hotel, that were at risk of death because of these actions. So that's an aggravating factor they're arguing. So that's 2 of them, 1 and 4. The next is that the capital felony itself, count 1, the first degree murder, was a homicide committed in cold, calculated, and it was premeditated without pretense or legal justification. And not only that, but it was heightened premeditation. It wasn't just something that, they had this crazy idea, and had they had more time, they could have made different decisions. The argument here is that they had plenty of time. They fully plotted this out. It was exceptionally cold-blooded, and there was a substantial cooling off period where they could have changed their mind. Any time in that drive down to Tampa, they could have changed their mind, and they chose not to. And that aggravating factor, the state argues, applies to all 4. And then the last aggravating factor, and I'm going out of order, I'm sorry, felony was committed by a criminal gang member. Now that's coming from an enhancement that was included in the indictment, the language of the charging instrument. So for Rashad Murphy, Davion Murphy, and Isaiah Chance, there was a gang enhancement included in the charging language. And the jury said yes when asked on the verdict form. They found that they were members of the gang and all 3 criteria were met in relation to that enhancement. So I feel like the state might not need to fight so hard to argue this aggravating factor because it's kind of already been determined by the jury. But again, this is an aggravating factor that they're saying applies to Rashad, Davion, and Isaiah Chance. Sean Gathright, there was no charging information language for a gang enhancement for Sean Gathright. They didn't allege that. So that's a little bit of the breakdown on the aggravating factors and who each of the 4 apply to. So you've got 4 aggravating factors for Rashad and Davion. You've got 3 aggravating factors for Sean Gathright, and you've got 2 aggravating factors for Isaiah Chance. So if you missed the beginning or, got the names mixed up, I hope that was helpful. And I want to give a major shout out. Kristen had a wonderful idea to support the channel, saying, hey, if we get the likes up, and you guys went right away and hit that like button, she said, I'm going to give 5 memberships. Sheriff Chuck came in and said, I'll match it. And so he also gave 5 memberships. And right at the same time, we hit like 1,000 likes in here. Factual Lie gifted 5, and then Christy gifted 5. So we got 20 new greens in the chat. So that means you guys can use the channel emojis, have a little extra fun in the chat, and maybe we need it when we're talking about heavy topics like this. And I appreciate you guys a lot for supporting the channel, whether it's hitting that like button, hanging out in the chat, being nice to the mods who are helping keeping this going, and showing love here with things like gifted memberships that everyone gets to enjoy. So super, super appreciative. Show them some love. Thank them if you turned green. And then Toumey here with the 2 saying, hit that like button. Hit that like button. Thank you, Toumey. Thank you for holding it down in the chat as well. So that's kind of where we are. This is supposed to be a short break so they can get the Zoom working out. For anyone that missed it, like, oh, I thought this was over. Aren't they just doing sentencing? Well, for a penalty phase, since it is something that could end up with a death recommendation, it's a bit more intensive. So Scott Harmon only called a witness who was a victim advocate from the state attorney's office to read a letter from Charles Jones, Julio Foolio's mom. And I know that people are like, why didn't she read it herself? It's possible that the defense objected to her reading it herself. It's possible that, maybe she didn't want to get on the stand. Maybe she thought she'd get choked up. She preferred the victim's advocate to read it, and the defense didn't care that she wasn't reading it. Maybe one party fought for it, but the judge made a ruling. I don't really know the referee type situation to say. I can only speculate and suggest possibilities, but it is possible that everybody was on board. I'll tell you what, if it was my life on the line, I would probably appreciate a neutral reading rather than a sympathetic witness, someone's mom. Like, if someone's mom's crying on the stand and I'm the defendant and that elicits sympathy from the jury, that's probably not good for me as a defendant. So I wouldn't really expect that the defendants would be opposed to an advocate reading the statement. Maybe they might fight and say, hey, if she doesn't want to read it herself, it shouldn't come in at all, right? But at the same time, why not make the argument if you can argue it, right? I understand why they'd make the argument. But, so I don't really know. I can't give an exact on why she didn't read the letter herself. There could be a variety of reasons, a variety of rulings. And we did hear a little bit that there were some redactions and changes to some of the words, although over the defense's objection, 2 of the defendants objected. The word violently was allowed to stay in the letter. So that's as much as I know about that letter. Alicia, she's going to be in court on May 22nd. So that's still up in the air. I don't really know any context on that yet, although as soon as I see anything on the docket, we'll check it out for sure.
Yeah, Reggie.
I'm right here.
Do we have any Reggies in the chat? Let's see if they can get the Zoom working all smooth, or if they have a tech kerfuffle.
Hi, Mr. Bailey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, very good. We're about ready to get started. The jury's not back in the courtroom yet. I just wanted to make sure that you were able to hear us and that we could get you logged into Zoom.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, very good.
They got it working. Bravo.
All right, do we have everyone back? Think so? Yes? Yes, I'll answer my own question, yes. Okay, state's present. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury brought in. And then you're gonna have to step down and go swear. Huh?
Check out the camera.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm sorry, Ms. Finkelstein, what's your witness's last name?
Pietrowski.
Pietrowski, okay, very good.
All rise.
And we're all the way real time. I can't fast forward these breaks like we usually do. Or the downtime, whatever.
All jurors are in judge.
Okay, very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the next witness is going to be appearing via Zoom. And Ms. Finkelstein, call your next witness.
Your Honor, we would call Bailey Pietrowski on behalf of Sean Gathright.
All right, Mr. Pietrowski, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Will you please state your name for our jury, or for the court reporter, and spell your last name?
Anthony Gathright Bailey Pietrowski, Pietrowski.
Okay, and I've been calling you Bailey Pietrowski. Is that the name you commonly go by?
Yes.
And sir, what is your relationship, if any, to Sean Gathright?
I'm not related blood, but his grandmother married my grandfather. I spent a lot of my childhood around him. I knew him as a child.
So do you consider him kind of a cousin?
Yes, he is my family.
How old are you, sir?
34.
Okay, so Mr. Gathright is 20, so I assume you've known him your whole life?
Yes.
And where did you live at the time that Mr. Gathright was growing up?
Kentucky. I would go to Mississippi during the summer to see my family.
So how often do you think that you would see Mr. Gathright in your visits?
Younger years, once, maybe twice a year.
And what types of things, or in what capacity would you see him, like summer vacations, holidays?
During the summer, visiting family.
And with such an age gap, tell me about your relationship when you were younger and how that works since you are, a bit older than him.
As a baby, I remember him as a baby, holding him, seeing him grow up, just becoming who he was as a child.
Were you able to keep contact with him as he obviously got older and old enough to communicate on his own? Did you keep contact with him outside of those visits to Mississippi?
Not really, no.
Tell me about what you remember about him, just as, his character growing up.
He was a very good kid, curious, always trying to start a business here or there, from his photography to his pressure washing. He always, a lot of energy. He was always trying to do good, but he was a very good kid.
Did you ever know him in the times that you were around him to get in trouble?
Never.
And you indicated you're aware of some kind of, businesses and adventure, business ventures that he was doing. Anything else that you can remember as Sean grew up regarding things that he was doing either in school or anything that you had knowledge of?
Not to my knowledge, no.
How was he with your family? If you came for kind of family events and summers, how was he with other family members?
I fit right in. He was funny. He would always joke around. I saw no issues out of him.
Did you ever know him to be violent?
No, never.
Did he have a good temperament, or how would you describe his temperament?
It was very good. He was always cutting jokes. I never saw him angry.
Are there any specific memories that you have that you can tell the jury about? Things that you guys either did together or that you observed while you guys were growing up?
I remember one time specifically, him and his sister recited a song together, and they sang it to me by the pool, and they had it down to a T. They did really well with it.
Was it like a little routine?
Yeah.
How were his interactions with your other family members when you were around?
I never saw any issues myself.
And I know that do you know Sean's father?
Yes, I know him. I know Tony or Mike.
Say that again?
Mike, yeah, I know Mike.
That's his biological father?
Yes.
Was he around when you would be around growing up?
Typically until he went into the Marines, and I didn't see him much after that.
What can you tell the jury about Sean's relationship with his father, if anything?
I wasn't there for anything, but I know it had some rocky roads, but I never saw any of it myself.
Because you didn't live close by.
Correct.
When's the last time, obviously, prior to this case happening, when was the last time that you had any contact or saw Mr. Gathright?
Talking about Sean or his father?
Yes, sorry, that was confusing. Yes, Sean.
I was down in Mississippi last year, and we would FaceTime him, and we would talk to him.
Okay, and what about prior to that? Prior to 2024 when this took place?
It's been a little while. I don't know the exact date. It's been a while, though.
So it'd mostly be talking, you didn't visit him much leading up to this?
No.
Is there anything else that you want the jury to know about your cousin?
He's a dedicated kid. He's very productive. He's intelligent. He does an exceptional job.
Will you continue to maintain a relationship with him if he is serving a prison sentence?
I would like to.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ross?
Don't go anywhere yet.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Pietrowski, you spent some summers with Sean Gathright, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was at his grandmother's house, Lisa Gathright, in Mississippi, right?
Uh-oh.
Correct.
And those summers that you were talking about, he was younger. It spanned from when he was a baby to when he was 11 years old. Is that correct?
Around that time, yes.
And during that time period, you have described him as being pretty much a normal, healthy child. Is that correct?
Very much so.
And he had a very loving, supportive relationship with his grandmother during that time period, the summers where you were with him and spent time with him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as his relationship with his biological father, there is nothing about that time period that you yourself observed. Is that correct?
Correct.
I don't have anything further, Judge.
Okay, any of the other defense have any questions? Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. May this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, sir. You can log off from the Zoom.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and who's your next witness?
We have Maurice Edwards on Zoom.
Okay. Just went to let him in. I hope I didn't, oh, there he is. Mr. Maurice Edwards, are you present? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you
Yes.
turn on your video? Okay, very good. The clerk, raise your right hand, the clerk's going to swear you in, okay?
Oh,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can put your hand down.
Okay, thank you. You put your hand down, thank you. All right, you may proceed, Ms. Finkelstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Will you please state your name for the record?
Maurice Edwards.
And Mr. Edwards, let me ask, can you hear me okay? I know there might be like a little bit of a delay, but can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and let them know in what capacity that you know Mr. Gathright?
My name is Maurice Edwards. I am a school counselor at Julio College Prep, which is where I met Sean.
And do you recall what year or how old or what grade, I guess, whatever's easiest for you, Mr. Gathright was when you met him?
He came in as a seventh grader in 2017.
Okay. And in what capacity did if you're a counselor, in what capacity did you meet him? Is he like assigned to you?
As the counselor?
Yeah, so as a,
Yes, all of the boys are on my caseload.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about that. What are your job duties?
So my duties, I assist with testing, I build educational plans or assist in the creation of those plans and the implementation of them. I provide personal, social, and emotional counseling, and academic and career advising.
So when you are introduced to Sean through that capacity, how often do you see him and what are you doing, with him?
Initially, so I'll see students, it can be once a month, it could be bi-weekly, with Sean coming in as a later student, because typically our students start in 6th grade, and knowing that he was coming from a military family, I would see him a little more often, so at least once a week. And then some students, based on their needs, I might start seeing them a couple times per week, coming and having lunch and discussing whatever they might be dealing with, or just having a safe space to kind of just deflate and breathe.
Would you say that your work in the role, you're a school counselor, but it sounds like you're also kind of a mentor to these boys?
Yes.
And you mentioned that due to Mr. Gathright coming in 7th grade and being in a military family, that was a special circumstance that you took into consideration. Tell us a little bit more about that and why that was important.
Yes, students coming into Landon usually come in 6th grade. We only offer advanced courses. We also have a leadership course. With Sean coming in as 7th grader, he missed that first year. So coming from what we would consider a traditional middle school, we want to help get him acclimated to how things are here and get him caught up and make sure that he has the support he needs academically, considering that our classes here are more rigorous. As far as the military family, we do understand that military families can move pretty often, and that does have an impact on the child's academically and then emotionally having to move from place to place. So we take that into account as well.
Did he seem well adjusted to you, or how would you describe him when he first got there?
Kind of like any kid on their first day of school. It's a new place. I don't know anybody. I'm trying to see where I fit in. And he was a smaller kid. So a lot of kids may have thought he was in 6th grade, but he was in 7th grade. So trying to navigate that. So, but outside of that, once he started to get to know people, I introduced him with the group that I worked with. And that kind of helped him get comfortable and kind of find his place among the group.
Were there any other concerns or things that you took into account in your work with him, as far as, I know we talked about being from a military family, anything else about him in your work focusing on his academics, safety, cultural things that you took into consideration?
Are we speaking initially or just during the time?
Yeah, I guess initially when you first evaluated him and began working with him.
No, not initially.
Okay, and what about later on?
Over time, I continue working with him, and I notice sometimes when children are multiracial, that they may struggle trying to figure out where they fit. Feel like they need to either identify with one side or the other, and kind of confused at where they are in between. So I paid attention to that, trying to help him understand that it's okay having a piece of both worlds. Also trying to keep him focused on the academic growth and continue to push himself academically to do well. So I did kind of provide him some support academically to kind of make sure he kept up with his work and that he stayed on top of everything, didn't get behind. If he needed help connecting him with people that can kind of support him in what he needed.
How would you describe Sean as a student?
He was an average to above average student, which I think is a big deal. Coming in as a 7th grader at a college prep middle school and being able to still make average to above average grades. Meaning if he went to a traditional school, he would have easily made like straight A's and maybe a B here or there.
So what exactly is a college prep middle school? What's different about that?
So the college prep middle school offers only advanced courses and allows them the opportunity to take high school courses at the middle school level. And then once they get to the high school level, they will continue that program if they so choose, taking advanced high school courses and being able to take AP, IB, and college courses.
Okay, so it sounds like they're kind of one step ahead, or can be.
Yes.
Was there any traveling or anything involved with the work that you did with Sean?
Yes, I am the international travel sponsor at the school, so that is something that Sean also took advantage of. So he had the opportunity to go to several countries while he was here, and that continued once he went into high school.
Okay, tell me about that. What does the program consist of, and where did Sean go?
So at the middle school level, it's just the international travel program. We did some trips with Education First, or EF Tours, and he went to Scotland, Ireland, France, London, and Spain.
Dang.
And then Jacksonville Sister Cities is another organization that's Jacksonville based, where it's a city-to-city partnership with Jacksonville. We call it twinning with another city in another country. So he had the opportunity to go to South Africa with that program.
And did you go on all those trips?
Yes.
What about any family members? Did they go on the trips with him?
His grandmother went to all of the trips except for South Africa.
Was a family member required to go on that one?
No, family members are not required to go on any of the trips, but it's open to if they would like to go.
Okay, so his grandmother, do you remember which grandmother? Maternal or paternal, or her name?
His paternal grandmother.
So that would be Lisa Gathright, if you recall?
Correct. Yes.
And what about his sister? Did she go on any trips?
She went on the trip to London, Paris, and Spain.
Did you encounter any issues with Sean when he was on those trips, behaviorally or acting up or anything like that?
Sean never really caused me any issues. I mean, but just like any kid, you might have to kind of remind them of things you need to do. My biggest thing is, getting up on time and leaving on time. But Sean had never been rude or disrespectful or anything like that to me.
And I don't know if you've already explained this, were any of those trips for ambassador type work?
That was the South Africa trip.
Okay, tell us a little bit more about that.
So with the Jacksonville Sister Cities, the students travel as ambassadors. So they are youth ambassadors, which is what he was going on that trip. And he meets with children from South Africa. They exchange culture, they discuss challenges that teenagers have in America versus what teenagers may have challenges with in South Africa. They learn different cultural customs. They learn a couple of their phrases, and they do their best trying to speak them. They get to see what their accommodations are like. And then they kind of just do some stuff to have fun.
What other types of things were done either in these countries or through your program that you think are helpful to tell the jury about, that reflect on Sean's work or his character?
Through this particular program, I can say that Sean developed leadership. He's able to be a self-starter and get things done on his own. He has a very sharp mind. He's open-minded. He's can be very kind. And that's just in the travel piece. There's a separate piece that he also did with me where he was volunteering. So he would volunteer in the community. We supported the suicide awareness program that was done every year. I want to say that's in October. We've done breast cancer awareness. We helped with that. We've been to Ronald McDonald House and provided meals. The Clear White Mission does the same thing. They don't have to actually prepare the meal there, but they will help feed the homeless that are there, so there's serving plates and things like that. Trying to think of, he's come back to Landon a couple of times. I do I want to say a orientation for incoming 6th grade students where they learn the expectations of the school. They get some help on organization and time management, conflict resolution, and things like that. And he was a part of those sessions, helping with the boys and helping to teach them what it's like and what they can look forward to and how they should be as students growing into young men.
Okay, he would come back and do that to help you out.
Yes.
How old was he between when you met him and when he was no longer at the school, but you still continued to see him, but in what years or ages?
In ninth, so he was here for 7th and 8th grade, and then in 9th grade, clearly he went to high school. But he wanted to maintain a relationship, which was perfectly fine. He valued my insight and guidance. So he and his mom would continue to keep me in the loop on things going on with him. If he had questions, I know I also tutored him as well.
When he was in high school?
Yes.
And up until the time that he was arrested for this case, did you still maintain a relationship with Sean?
Yes, he moved to Mississippi. And we would still talk every once in a while. He would let me know how things were going. I would check and say, make sure you're still doing good at school, what the grades looking like. So we would still talk every once in a while. When he came back, we still talked. We actually had, I think we actually went to dinner, prior to him getting arrested. I want to say maybe a month or 2 months before, because again, I started traveling. So I saw him before, and we went out and talking and everything, and then I started traveling.
So you still maintained a relationship up to very close to the time of his arrest?
Yes.
Are you able to maintain a relationship with him now, or would you be willing to when he is sentenced to prison?
Yes, we still talk even now. I check in. I really try to encourage him and give him things to focus on. I'm still focused on his mind, and I want him to be safe and not harm himself. That's actually one of my biggest concerns right now.
And let me ask you, some of the trips that you went on, I know, and I'm not going to do it here on Zoom because I can foresee a disaster, but did you take photos and provide my office and the defense team with photos from those trips?
Yes.
Okay, and would those reflect things that you did while in these various locations?
Perhaps. I know some of them might be him when we're out and about, and he took. There's a picture of. I know. I'm thinking of one particular picture when we were in Ireland that I sent.
Okay.
So there should be quite a few, as well as his ambassador certificate.
And that's for what he got when he went to South Africa?
Yes.
Just maybe a moment.
Yes.
Mr. Edwards, I have a follow-up for you. Can you tell us about a documentary that Sean was involved in making in 8th grade?
Right, that part might have been the symposium. That is part of, I'm guessing that's what you'll be referring to. So a part of the leadership program at Landon, students are required to make do a symposium project, which is them extending their leadership beyond the classroom, and they choose a global issue of some sort, and they interview experts in the field. They get information from students to kind of see what is currently going on, and then they come up with they call it a call to action to address whatever that global issue is.
What was the issue that Sean addressed in that symposium, if you can remember?
I honestly don't remember what his particular topic was.
Okay. Were you interviewed in that symposium, do you remember?
I don't remember. It's very possible that I was, because I get a lot of students asking me to interview, so it's very possible that he did ask me, but I don't remember.
That's okay. What do you want the jury to know about Sean and his character and what you remember about him?
He really is a really good person. I think he just got caught up in a whirlwind of, wrong place, wrong time, wrong people. But that is not who he is from the interactions I've had with him over the years. So I just want them to know that the image that has been, I guess, painted, that is not who he truly
Okay,
is.
yeah, okay. Ask the next question. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you. Would you say that in the work that you were present for, the ambassador and the leadership, that Sean had a positive impact on the people that in the incoming students and the people that he assisted?
Yes.
Do you think that's a quality that he could continue to do if he were to be sentenced to life in prison? Or, if he's in prison around other people, that he could still impact people?
I do believe that he could, yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination?
Mr. Edwards, you provided strong mentorship for Sean Gathright starting in the 7th and 8th grade. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You provided him with support academically as well as some of his personal activities that he was engaging in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you talk about this travel program where you're the international travel sponsor, you are part of that program, the educational aspect of that program, you are teaching them leadership skills. Isn't that true, sir?
That is correct.
You are focusing on what it means to be a good leader and values that leaders should possess. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this program that you have testified about, that he participated in your travel program, you are telling us that he availed himself of this very beneficial educational travel program while he was with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is a program that not only allows him to travel internationally, but also learn about the cultural differences of people from different countries. Correct, sir?
Yes.
Part of this is it's educational, right? You are teaching them to respect religious differences and cultural differences. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
And what you have described is a program that benefited their participants by allowing them to travel all over the world. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
He received the benefit of traveling to London with you. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
The education of meeting with all those other people that he came into contact while over there. Isn't that true, sir?
You're saying yes.
He's meeting people from other countries, interacting with other people from other countries as part of this travel program. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
You're trying to develop leadership and as well as leadership skills in dealing with other people. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
He was able to receive the benefit of traveling with you to Paris for another educational opportunity. Is that true, sir?
Yes,
I believe you also said he was able to travel with you to Spain.
yes,
He was able to travel with you to South Africa.
yes,
Able to travel with you to Scotland at some point. Isn't that true, sir?
yes,
And all while availing himself of these beneficial travel programs, he also had the support of a loving grandmother who went with him during most of these trips. Isn't that true, sir?
yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, any questions from any of the co-defendants? All right, redirect?
Mr. Edwards, just a couple more follow-ups. I think you indicated that although you had a relationship with Mr. Gathright to this day, your counseling with him was, or as his counselor, was through only 9th grade, right?
Through 7th and 8th grade,
Oh, I'm sorry. So, okay. So he was not with you from 9th grade on.
correct.
So although you had a relationship, it wasn't these scheduled meetings and traveling and things like that, right?
So he did travel in high school. Because of the pandemic, we had to push trips back. So he continued to travel in high school. But I was no longer his counselor because he didn't attend Landon anymore.
And did you ever have any concerns with him that would have, any reasons that they would get kicked out of these programs, anything like that?
As in like the travel program and stuff like
Yeah,
that?
I mean, or if
Is that what you mean?
yeah, if they misbehave or they do anything?
No, I didn't have any concerns about him getting kicked out because they go through a interview process with me. They complete an application, they write an essay, they have to interview and then be proven to or given the seal of approval to travel. And then there are monthly meetings to kind of continue to check in and monitor and make sure that they are holding up their end of the bargain. And with the South Africa trip in particular, going as an ambassador, they have to do a service project of some form. And whatever it is that they choose to create or make is what they would give to someone once they arrive in the country.
If there were concerns with Mr. Gathright acting out or being violent, is it fair to assume he wouldn't be allowed to go on these trips?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You described him as being kind. Can you give any examples of how you would say that he was a kind person?
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled, go ahead.
Can you ask the question again?
You described him earlier as being kind, and I didn't ask you what you meant by that. So if you could just let us know what you meant when you described somebody as being kind.
I look at kind as like he was always nice and respectful. Even in particular when I would interact with him, if there was like a misunderstanding, he was open to listening and hearing the other side, like truly listening and taking it in versus listening to respond. So he considered the other perspective and actually took it in. So I take that as kindness when you're willing to take in a different perspective other than what you see.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Edwards. You can log off the Zoom.
Thank you.
And Ms. Finkelstein, do you have any other witnesses appearing via Zoom this afternoon?
No, not via Zoom, no.
Okay, very good. All right, then I'll close that out. Okay, and who's going to be your next witness?
Clayton, Wright.
Okay.
Also, big thanks here made by LVE, became a member and sent in a super sticker. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for hanging out with us as well.
Yep. clerk doesn't want custody.
Then I can't be
until they're
blamed for losing.
Officially hers. Until they're officially hers. Sure.
Okay, so they're approaching. And she is calling more witnesses. She just said she had no more Zoom witnesses for today, so they can like ignore the tech issues. But the rest are going to be in person. They're going to be on the stand. Also, since they have some downtime here, sometimes this presentation is to get testimony on the record so an attorney can use it when they make their arguments at the close of this presentation of evidence. And Adventure Aaron gave some perspective here, saying like, hey, I think I might see what Jenna Finkelstein is trying to angle at. She says that Sean is young, cultured, educated. Though the purpose of incarceration is punishment, Sean has the opportunity to be rehabilitated while serving his time. Considering that 95% of prisoners will return home at some point, Sean's rehabilitation could be of great service to men entering prison, especially young men who have the opportunity to return home, which Sean will not. So I actually feel like Jenna could use that in her closing, and let's see if she does. In case you guys were wondering why these witnesses are even being called.
The testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record and spell your last name for our court reporter.
Clayton.
And Mr. Wright, how do you know Sean Gathright?
Is my nephew.
And make sure you just speak up, okay?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay. We're at a big room. It's hard to hear, and you're a little bit soft-spoken. I don't have that problem. I don't know. So, Mr. Gathright is your nephew.
Yes.
So
Yep.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say my sister's son.
Okay. So fair to assume you've known him your whole life?
Yes.
And where do you currently live?
I live in New York.
And growing up, tell us about how you were able to have a relationship with Mr. Gathright, being that he never lived in New York.
Yeah, so my older sister, his mother, was, somewhat of pretty much a caretaker for me. She took care of me when I was younger, being her younger brother. She joined the military. They traveled back and forth, but we still remained really close. And finding out that she was gonna have another child, really excited. She was military, so at the time she was like traveling back and forth, and because she was serving in, I believe it was Afghanistan, my mother, Sean's grandmother, took care of him while his other grandmother took care of his sister.
And is your mother Lorna Allen?
Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to assume you haven't lived in New York your whole life?
I mean, pretty much. I've lived in New York my whole life. Yeah.
Okay. But when Sean was younger, were you down here, or how would you see him? Just with the grandmother?
Yeah. So my mother and I were living in New York. So when my sister was serving overseas in Afghanistan, Sean was staying with us as a baby.
Okay. So tell me what years, as far as the traveling and when he would actually live there or be taken care of there, how old was Sean, or what years was that? To the best of your record.
To the best of my knowledge, maybe 2. I know he was walking at the time because we'd have to chase him around. So I'd say like 2 or 3.
And then how long did that continue, that he would come up there?
Like to visit? Yeah, he would routinely visit. Holidays, summers, things like that, all throughout his years from being a baby up until most recently a couple of Christmases ago.
Okay. And we're in 2026 now, so maybe like 2022, 23, something like that?
Yeah, it was after the pandemic, so I would say like 22, 23.
And how would you describe your relationship with Sean?
Pretty close, for the most part. I would talk to him routinely. When he came to visit, you know, take him out, go to movies, took him to a basketball game, talk to him about, as he got older, talk to him about like career, what I do, stuff that he was interested in, trying to put him on, like basically steer him into my profession.
What do you do?
I work in marketing, so I work with different brands and entertainment.
Did Sean seem to be interested in that field?
He has a very entrepreneurial spirit, so he wants to be kind of run his own business. So he had different thoughts, but I think a recurring theme was him kind of, or at least I would like to think that I was steering him and having him lean more towards marketing.
Are you aware of any other businesses or anything else that he did that support you saying he was entrepreneurial?
Yes, so we've had many conversations about careers. He wanted to do real estate. He wanted to have like vending machines all throughout, like when he was living in Mississippi. Most recently, he got into photography and also power washing. I'm not sure if that started when he was living in Mississippi, but I knew he bought equipment for both professions. So he had photography equipment, I believe was his grandfather's, and then he had power washing equipment. So he would go out throughout the neighborhood, tell me about his power washing business. He'd also send me like some pictures. I think he took the first photography. I'm not sure if it's the first, but I knew he took someone's prom picture, I believe it was. And I knew he took pictures for like a local school in Jacksonville, I believe.
Okay. You seem to have a lot of different interests.
Yes.
How would you describe Sean, either as a kid or growing up? Like, what's his personality like?
Kind, funny, friendly, calm, personable, smart, kind-hearted, loyal, forgiving. Those are just a few. I'm not sure if I have any synonyms in there, but yeah.
That's all right. Any memories that you can think of? Do you have any good memories that pop? I'm sure there's a lot, but any that pop into your mind that you want the jury to know about?
Yeah, I have a lot of memories. There was, I remember very vividly at Thanksgiving where my older sister, Sean, and his sister, my niece, came to visit. I remember because it was a lot of fun, a lot of, just getting to hang out with them. We got tricked into eating alligator, which was not something that we wanted to do. We were told it was chicken.
It's not bad. It's pretty good.
They all say.
Yeah, that Thanksgiving dinner just turned into, I guess, like a comedy session. Sean doing impressions, trying to speak, I would say, extra proper. So like putting a little bit on top of it, just being, please, thank you, all that stuff. Even when he didn't have to, he just every other sentence was, kind of adding those to it, doing impressions, just trying to make everybody laugh and like make everyone have a good time. And my mother, his grandmother, was laughing like throughout the whole dinner. We all kept laughing throughout the whole dinner, and going back to like the different traits that I mentioned, like being funny, and kind-hearted. I would say like once he saw that, he was able to like kind of lift up the mood of the dinner, not that it was down, but, just kind of bring a little bit more engagement and fun and lightness to it. He continued that to kind of keep everyone in good spirits.
You seem to enjoy doing that.
Yes.
And what about, were you involved in any faith-based or religious work with Sean, or not work, but involvement?
I wasn't involved, but I know he was involved.
And what do you know about that?
I know he would frequently go on like different trips with his church. I know he's been fortunate enough to travel to a lot of different places, one as a military kid, but also like through his church. I believe he traveled to China, maybe a couple of other places, but I know most recently the most recent trip I remember was somewhere in Europe. I know coincidentally my niece, his sister's, that was her 18th birthday, I believe. And he got to travel out there with them, like with the church. So it was kind of like 2 for 1. You celebrate sibling's birthday, but you're also continuing to travel with your church members and congregation. But yeah, I know that was somewhere overseas, and that if she turned 18, that had to be somewhere after 2021, I believe.
When you say his sister, is that Nehemiah?
Yes. I also know he was really into like volunteering and kind of helping out the less fortunate. I'm not sure if that was specifically through his church, but I know that's some activities. His grandmother Lisa would probably be able to provide more context there.
Sure. Would he tell you about those things? Did he seem like proud to do those things?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say he was always proud to kind of show how he could like help others, uplift others, kind of going to like back to the prom pictures. I think he was most excited not about the fact that like he got paid to do it, but like the individual, the young lady who he took the pictures for, she really liked it. Like I remember him telling me that. And he just seemed to be excited that he got paid to do something that he liked, but also like other people like really appreciated.
He had a good work ethic, but he wanted to do things that made people happy.
Absolutely. I think that kind of goes with the power washing as well. It's, again, my background being more in entertainment and marketing, it's not what would be considered more like the blue collar, getting your hands dirty type of jobs. But I think I would say he really liked the fact that, one, he could like work, like he could actually see his work in real time, like make people happy, make people proud, see the reactions on their face, either through their messages. It's very different than like marketing, where you're behind a computer doing different stuff and you don't really get to see the tangible reactions to the things you do all the time.
And are you still able to communicate with Sean, or have you been able to?
Yes, he continues to call me. Called me on not too long after my birthday. Typically, he would call me on my birthday, holidays, just to make sure I was okay. I would typically FaceTime him on his birthday to do the same, just like I would his sister. But that took a pause with this whole situation.
Right. But while he's, if he's in prison, still has ability to maintain a relationship. Is that something that you would want to do?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so he's somebody that you'd want to continue talking to?
Yeah, we've talked since he has been.
And would you be able to come down and visit him ever, or how would you maintain that relationship?
Whatever I need to do, I'll do it. So if it's coming down to visit, I'll come down and visit, whatever I need to do.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Oh, actually, can I approach the witness briefly?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to approach you, which is what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Just going to show you this and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay, and without, you have to, what is that? Is this a photograph?
Yeah, it's a
Okay.
photograph.
Who's in that photograph?
Me, Sean, and his sister Nehemiah.
Your Honor, and I have shown this to the state, we'd ask to enter this photo in as Defense Exhibit 2.
No objection. Okay, admitted?
Thank you. I'm just going to, may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, you indicated, oh, here we go again. Let's see. That's you in the middle?
Yeah,
And Sean, and you said that was his sister Nehemiah?
yeah.
Do you remember, and I won't hold you to specific dates, but do you approximately when that was or how old Sean was there?
He was either 14 or 15, because I believe his sister Nehemiah was about 16, and they're like about 2 years apart. So,
Do you
yeah,
remember where that photo was?
that was at their house in Jacksonville.
Their house?
Yeah.
And when we asked you, we meaning Sean's defense team, to provide a photo, is there anything special about that photo, or what does that photo reflect to you that you gave that to us?
Just, one of, many fun Christmases. They would often travel to New York to celebrate, because we have a very large family out there as well. But, this time was, I believe, post-pandemic. Everything was, maybe, I'm trying to remember if it was post-pandemic, but I just remember coming out to Florida for the first time in a while, them showing me around the neighborhood. There was like trees being lit, houses with, Christmas decorations. Yeah, me being able to cook for them, me teaching Sean how to cook. I really like lasagna, so I cook lasagna like every holiday. Taught him how to cook lasagna. Taught his sister, my niece, how to make a different pasta dish. But I would say it's more like those memories of like teaching them like useful skills that he could carry forward. Him and his sister.
No alligator, I assume?
Yeah, not this time around. I watch what I eat now. When they give me anything.
That photo, Sean, it looks like his head's on your shoulder. Is that
Yeah.
right? Is that a reflection of your relationship with him?
I would say so. Like I call him my he's my only nephew, but I call him my favorite nephew.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Wright, you are a strong male role model for your nephew, Sean Gathright. Isn't that true, sir?
I would hope so.
You have provided him with guidance and support all of his life. Isn't that correct?
I would agree with that.
You take his phone calls, offer him advice whenever he would need it.
Yes.
And you said that there were times when he was growing up that he would stay with you and his grandmother, Lorna Allen, in New York. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he was raised in that household when he was there. That was a religious household. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes, correct.
Taught values, right from wrong. Isn't that true, sir?
Yes.
You also said that he was very smart and intelligent.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
He even skipped a grade in school.
Yes, correct.
He also joined and entered community college.
Yes.
I don't have anything further, Judge.
Okay, any questions from any of the other co-defendants? Okay, redirect.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
Call Nehemiah Tudor.
Nehemiah Tudor.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Move up to that mic and make sure you speak up, okay? It's a big
Okay.
courtroom and you're hard to hear. Our court reporter's taking everything down, okay? Thank you. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Nehemiah Tudor,
How do you spell your last name?
Tudor.
Okay. And Mr. Tudor, how do you know Sean Gathright?
We're longtime friends.
What do you mean by long time?
We met when we was younger, like middle school, and then as we've grown older, we've become closer and closer.
Did you meet in school?
No, we met outside of school. Technically, we had a bus stop near our neighborhood that we'd all used to go to, and that's like where every kid in the area kind of was at that time. And then as a couple years gone by, like my childhood friends were really close with him, and we just became closer and closer.
Okay. And so you met, did you approach each other at this bus stop, or was it just maybe you other friends?
It would be like normally, because me and a few other people, we normally play like football after school, and his bus would come off a little later, and like one of my closer friends is really close friends with him, so when he would go over there to talk to him and some of his other friends, I'd be there, and that's kind of how it started. Then, you know, after a while, he had ended up moving away, so I didn't really see him at the bus stop no more. But then when he came back, like from Mississippi, that's when we really became like even more close and really became the friends that we are today.
When do you think that was approximately?
That was end of 23 when we really, end of 2023 when we really became like close friends.
How would you describe Mr. Gathright as a friend? How would you describe him as a friend?
He's like one of the best friends you could kind of have. Sean is very outgoing, very confident, the type of person that is gonna lift the mood or lift the spirit because he's the life of the party all the time. Like I remember when I came back from, or not when I came back, when he came back, I was staying at the friend that connected the two of us. I was staying at his house, and he was going over to Sean's house, and I was just kind of like a little bit, I wouldn't say afraid to go over to Sean's house and meet his people, but I was not really like making it a big deal. But then Sean was like, "Nah, man, like come over. You know, it's like my house is your house, family." And from that moment, we've always been integrated. We've been on trips together, a few road trips.
Where'd you go?
We went to Orlando to go stay in my grandparents' timeshare condo for a little spring break trip. We went to Mississippi. We kind of had went to Jenny Springs. Yeah, a few trips here and there. Mostly, like we're hangout buddies at the house, so that's like our thing.
What'd you
First
like
thing in
to
the
do?
morning,
Oh, sorry,
we
go
go
ahead.
over. I'm sorry. First thing in the morning, everybody's at Sean's house. All of our friends, we just sit in there, talk, play games, watch movies. If not my house or one of my other friends' house, same thing. Like just teenage stuff, anything we could think of, bowling. We had days where we took our dogs out to play together. We used to go to the gym together. Just things that teenage boys would do.
And when you describe him as a good friend, what type of character traits or what are you referencing when you say that? What makes a good friend to you?
Someone that's always going to have your back in any situation. Just someone that you can depend on, really. because for me, I would say myself, like, when it comes to my friends, they know that I'm a very dependable person, reliable person. They can always ask on me for anything. So when I'm choosing the people that to be closest around me, I would want somebody to be able to reciprocate the type of energy that I can give out to them, because I know why people kind of like to have me around, because they can depend on me. I can't do certain things. I'm a smart guy. So I to have my circle filled with the same type of people, and Sean fit the bill with flying colors, like from school work that we did together and a lot of other stuff. Is no question that he's a good friend, in my opinion.
And you said he was smart. Did you know him to do well in school?
Yeah. There was times where in college he had struggled a little bit, and we had like those conversations because we both were entering college at the same time. So there was times, like I said, where he struggled a little bit, but he never dropped his head. He was going to classes, made sure that he showed up to do the work. Even if he was struggling, went to go get the extra help. So Sean, even outside of school itself, like the things that Sean's interested into is like a lot of world stuff, like theories and like religion, and trying to know where the world really started. That's like things that really interest him a lot. So when we're out back, or say we're at his house having those conversations, we could have like deep conversations about real world topics, and maybe like politics, or like how the school system is being ran, or federal laws, or whatever, like, because those are the things that piqued his interest. Even beyond that would be like theories and religious theories and stuff like that. So that's just the type of person Sean is. Always likes reading, always like sharpening his mind.
You said you were both in college, but at the same time, did you go to school together?
Personally, I did classes online.
Okay.
He did classes in person here and there. So
Where was that?
At FSCJ.
And that's in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you still live in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
If I was to ask you to share, I'm sure you have many, as you've described, but to share with the jury one of your favorite memories about Sean, what would that be? And I put you on the spot.
Yeah, one of my favorite memories about Sean.
What's your favorite thing about him, I guess?
Well, I would say the day we got our gym membership was just very, like, I know it might sound like something small, but I was going to work at UPS at the time, and I was kind of feeling a little like down at the time because I wasn't making a lot of money. My hours were kind of being cut a little bit, and the day came, and I want to say the day prior we had went to LA Fitness or whatnot on a free trial, whatever, and the next day I was like, I go to work in the afternoon for UPS around 5 o'clock, and I think around 4 o'clock we was just sitting in front of my house, and I was just telling him, like, man, I just want to go have some fun. Like, I just want to go do something else. Like, I don't want to go to work today. Like, and he was just like, let's just go play basketball. Like, let's just go to the gym. Let's go get this membership. And I was already thinking, like, this is coming to the end of my job, and I probably wasn't going to stay here for over the summer, because that was maybe around like May or March of 2023. We went to the gym, and I kid you not, we probably stayed there for like the next month straight, like every day. Me, him, my brothers. Like, from the day that I left my job, I thought I was going to be kind of like hurt, like, not making any money. And after that, I had like kind of a great summer, not working and just going to the gym, being around Sean and my other, like, my brother that was coming with us as well. And it felt good. Like, it felt good to know that I didn't need certain things. Like, everybody wants money, but having somebody close to me and getting me through that time while I was going through that difficult time felt a lot better.
The bonding time. Did there come a time that you didn't see Sean as much, or that he wasn't in your friend group as much?
No, I probably spent from 2023, like from this, maybe even January 2024 up until the moment of the incident, I probably spent almost every day with Sean. Almost every day.
Are you able to still communicate with Sean?
Yeah, we talk on a regular basis all the time. He always calls and checks up on me and makes sure I'm staying focused and staying on top of my career goals and the things I want to do in life. And I always try to do the same for him to, let him know that you still got things that you got to do and you got to have the fight and, keep your head up. And we always have those conversations where I'm trying to encourage him, he's trying to encourage me, like even emotional conversations about, heartfelt stuff. We talk about everything, literally everything, and we stay in communication all the time.
He still tries to keep you positive?
Mm-hmm. Even to, I think we talked recently over this weekend as well, after everything happened, and we had good conversation then as well.
Will you maintain that relationship with him moving forward?
Yeah, all the time.
Yes?
Mm-hmm.
You want to have a moment?
Yes.
Did you, what do you know about Sean working at Omni Hotels?
Oh, yeah. So, when we got out of high school, I can't even remember how this happened, but either Sean or one of our other friends, they had saw this job opening at this resort in 45 minutes away from where we stayed. So we all, me, him, two of our other friends, ended up going out there and went for the interview, got the jobs, and for that was maybe the end of 2023, or like end of the summer of 2023. And we probably worked there up until the end of 2023. And the commute, at the job itself, we were split up into different restaurants. So Sean worked at a higher class level restaurant than really the rest of us. So he kind of had a burden of doing harder tasks, harder jobs, and maybe had a little bit more of I would say, a stricter manager than the rest of us had. So he was always kind of having to be a little bit more on top of his things than the rest of us. But he was perfect. Like, he always used to show us the stuff that he made. He used to love his job. It would be I don't know if a lot of people work with their friends, especially at the time that we did, but it was just such a good thing for us that we would all go there together, leave together, go home, then go the next day. And even if something happened at a different restaurant, we can, talk about it and make sure that we're there for the other person. And I would make food for him, he'd make food for me, things like that. So that was kind of how the job went for us. But personally, though, we were kind of a little separated a little bit because we worked at different restaurants. So I'm not too really familiar how his kitchen was ran to detail rather than mine, because I know, it was kind of different.
Right. No, I don't need to know about that. But you were both doing cooking or working in food capacity?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, did you guys have birthdays around the same time?
Yeah, his birthday is 5 days before mine.
Did you ever do anything fun to celebrate your birthdays
Yeah,
together?
We went skydiving for one of our birthdays. It was one of the craziest experiences ever. He was ecstatic and just confident about doing it. I was, trying to do my best to show that I was, but that was one of the craziest things. He was pumped. I was trying my best to be pumped too, but it's nerve-wracking. And the fact that we end up having that experience just to experience something like that, I was forever be grateful, because he offered that to me for our birthday, and I was like, you know what, like, let's do this for our birthday, and I can only be appreciative.
It's a good memory that you have of him. I'll pass the witness here.
Okay, Cross?
No questions, Judge.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. May this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, sir. You're free to go. Do you have any other, is your next witness relatively quick, or do you have anyone out there that's relatively quick? Okay. Okay. Come on up real quick.
While they do that, you guys, so Lisa Figueroa with Florida Defense Team found out that at Alicia Andrews' hearing this morning, the reason it's pushed back is the judge can't look at some of the evidence because it's still being held by the court reporter in this case. And the new judge, Kimberly Fernandez, since she took over the case after trial, needs to see that evidence to fully understand the scope of the case to rule on certain motions. So Alicia Andrews will be back in court on May 22nd. I'm going to link in the description and in the chat a link to Lisa's video. So if you're on Replay Crew, there's a playlist in the description called Creator Friends. That's where Lisa's video will be, as well as the Alicia Andrews playlist.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for our court
And I think
reporter?
Jeremy's in the back of court.
Lorna Allen, last name Allen.
And Ms. Allen, just make sure you speak up into that microphone, okay, so everybody can hear you and the court reporter can take down everything that you're saying.
Okay.
What is your relationship to Sean Gathright, ma'am?
He's my grandson.
Okay. Are you, his mother is your daughter, I assume?
Yes, she is.
And were you involved, we've heard a couple stories, were you involved in Mr. Gathwright's upbringing at all?
Yes, during visits and when he was younger, when he was maybe a toddler, he spent a couple months with me when his parents went on military services.
Okay. Was that up in New York?
Yes.
And how would you describe Sean as a child or as he grew up?
He was a happy baby, friendly laugh, explore his environment. He was a good baby.
And how did you, well, let me ask you this. Do you still live in New York?
I go back and forth.
To where? To Florida?
To Florida.
So how often do you think over the years and would you see Sean?
During holidays, Christmas, maybe sometime Thanksgiving, and maybe sometime in the summer.
And he would come, if he was in Jacksonville, would come to see you?
He would come to see me, yes.
And when he wasn't with you physically, did you communicate with him at all?
Yes, via phone.
Tell me about, do you have any, from the time that he was living with you or memories over the holidays, any stories or memories that stick out to you about your grandson?
There's a lot.
Okay.
He was the life of the party. He would give us jokes. We would laugh. You know, he would dance. He'd tell us about his cooking. I remember one Thanksgiving. We were spending Thanksgiving in New York. And we were cooking, and he came upstairs with a bag. And he was saying, you know, waving the bag like this. I didn't know what was in the bag, but there was a surprise for on the menu that I didn't know about. So they asked me, it was time for me to go upstairs and get dressed. And they quickly, it was alligator tail, and they quickly prepared the alligator tail. It came down, it was like a deep fried tail. We came down to the table, and they said, okay, we're gonna start eating. And we didn't know what it was, but it looked so good. It looked more like shrimp. And when we tasted it, we all said, this is good. So we were all eating, and he knew, but he said, doing like this, and we didn't realize he was wagging the tail of the alligator. So when we finished eating, he said, okay, do you want to know what you just ate? And nobody knew what it was, but it was delicious. And he said, alligator tail. And everybody started to, say, oh, well, we ate it and nothing happened. So, it was very funny, but it was a good meal. And he kept that as a secret.
Did he like to cook?
Yes. He even made a little video about some meal he was cooking. But when he finished and he's tasting this meal, and on TV they said, it's so good. And he said, it was good, but he turned his head away. And then he said, yuck, it wasn't that good.
It needed some work.
Yes.
Was he helpful to you in the kitchen?
Very helpful. He wanted to learn our, style of cooking, the seasoning that we use and how we do it. And he enjoyed our culture food. So he was always there trying to learn how to cook stuff. And he always tell me, oh, I love your cooking.
And we heard from your son about, you maintaining a faith religious home. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that. How did you impart that on your children and grandchildren?
I grew up very religious with my parents. So they have to be respectful to each other, and the parents in the home, they have to do their duties. Their rooms must be clean. They say their grace, no swearing or anything in the house. Respect everybody around, and we don't swear. We go to church, they go to Sunday school, and it's a part of us. We grew up,
And when you weren't living in the same state as Sean, do you know if he still went to church or Sunday school?
I know he went to the local Baptist church, and I don't remember his age, but he was maybe about 9, 10, or between 9 and 11. He requested to be baptized, and they did baptize him.
Were you there for that?
I wasn't there for that, but they called me and let me know.
How would you describe just his character? If I would ask you to say, what is Sean like as a person? What do you?
He's self-disciplined, he's respectful, he's dependable, he's fair.
How was he towards family and his sister?
They love him because he was so funny. So they love him.
You said he was the life of the party?
Yeah, he was the life of the party.
Do you still maintain a relationship with your grandson?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you do that now?
Once in a while, he would make a call to me and I accept the call.
Okay. And will you continue to do that throughout his life?
I will forever, as long as I'm alive.
Here, I may have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass witness.
Okay, Russ?
No questions, Judge.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Free to go. Okay, so, it's a little after 5 o'clock, so we will go ahead and recess for the evening. So just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anyone about this case, don't do any independent investigation, or rewatch or listen to any news, council, social media posts. We will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, all right? See you then.
All rise.
All right, we'll see if they have any housekeeping. If not, we'll be back in the morning to watch day 2 of this. It seems to be moving pretty quickly, and the judge previously said that after getting the estimated times from all of the parties, that they believe that they'll turn this over to the jury by Friday. So, and then the jury will start deliberating again, and they'll have to render a verdict for the purpose of, do 8 out of 12 of us recommend the death penalty for this defendant, for this defendant, for this defendant, for this defendant?
Finkelstein, you've got 2 more witnesses, correct?
No, Your Honor, I had one that was supposed to be Zoom today, but we had a specific time, so we didn't get there, so I'm hope to maybe get him. He'll be relatively short.
Okay.
On Zoom in the morning if possible, and then, mom, grandma, and sister,
Okay,
and potentially Mr.
okay, very good. And then who is going to go after Ms. Finkelstein rests? Mr. Pietrowski, you are.
I have my witnesses lined up, they'll be here.
Okay,
I won't have them here at 9. It sounds like that's.
yeah, that's fine.
But I'll have them here in the morning.
Okay, yeah, I'd say mid-morning-ish.
You know, my issues are, my doctor needs to be Wednesday,
That's
and
fine.
my jail witness, we've set it up for Wednesday morning at 9, unless we can move it out a little later, I don't know.
Okay. All right, that's fine. And then, let's see,
That's
Miss.
what I was doing third, am I not third?
Sorry?
Well, that's fine. You can go third. We may just need to weave in Mr. Hernandez as witnesses depending upon what's going on.
So when should
I would say you need to be ready to go. Mr. Pietrowski, do you have an expert? You do. You've got an expert, and about how many other witnesses do you have?
And those 6 other witnesses.
Okay. I mean, I would say you need to be ready to call someone tomorrow afternoon, later in the day. Okay?
One's coming from Miami and one is from Naples.
Okay. That's what I would, so you've got an expert, correct?
Yes.
2 experts? Yeah, okay. Well, I would say you need to be ready to call someone mid-afternoon-ish to late afternoon-ish tomorrow. Okay? Okay.
Judge, a couple of issues to state. Our expert that I retained on Friday, Dr. Glickstein, he is only available Thursday at 1 moving forward, or Wednesday in the morning. So I just wanted to alert the court to that. And he's going to be rebutting, I'm hoping, Dr. Rubino, who is Ms. Toumey's witness.
That's for Davion.
Who I deposed this morning.
Okay.
So. And he's the witness again because I had to retain him so
And I
late.
understand, I understand.
Okay. All right.
So, and is that gonna be your sole rebuttal witness?
No, I have Dr. Werner is going to be rebutting Dr. Eisenstein.
Okay. All right, so then we'll plan on Thursday afternoon-ish, Thursday for rebuttal.
Thursday, okay. The other issue I wanted to bring to the court, I deposed Dr. Rubino this morning. Again, this is the issue I brought up last week. Ms. Toumey told me during closing arguments in the guilt phase that Dr. Rubino would be testifying to scans that apparently were taken Monday. I asked her the scans, she didn't have them.
You say Monday, you mean?
Monday of last week.
Okay.
So Dr. Rubino advised me this morning that he just found out Friday, I believe, that he would be testifying. He has no report. He says he will not have time to prepare a report for me to forward to my doctor, who is a potential rebuttal witness. I can't say for a fact he is at this point. I requested any reports, the slides, the images on Friday, I believe. And yesterday, I sent another email to Ms. Toumey asking for reports, and she sent over a PowerPoint around 4:30 last night of all the slides, or at least the ones that Dr. Rubino is utilizing, and I went through this with him this morning.
Okay.
With the depot. That deposition will not be available to me until late tomorrow for me to provide to my expert. But I just wanted to let the court know. I'm not asking for anything to occur because it's penalty phase and I risk issues in post-conviction. But I'm appalled at this point by the discovery violations that have occurred and that we had deadlines before trial for this to get done. And I know she's going to say Dr. Rubino was listed, but she told me as a fellow officer of the court, he would be called to introduce prescriptions to slides, and another expert would be testifying to PET scans. She said Dr. Wu, who was a PET scan expert. I can't remember if she said PET scans, but there's a difference between PET and MRI, and it really has affected our ability to be able to obtain an expert witness. So, anyways.
Yes, I'm aware that this is being done in an untimely fashion in violation of the scheduling order. I am aware of that, okay? So we just gotta muddle through, as you know, Mr. Harmon. Okay?
Well.
Okay, so let me ask you, Mr. Harmon,
Yes, Your Honor.
with regards to doing the cross-examination of Dr. Rubino, are you ready to do that tomorrow afternoon if need be, or do you need more time to get ready?
I would need more time. I need to speak with my expert after he has seen the deposition because there is no report.
I see.
I
And
have
that-
sent him the slides, but he can't really tell me
Yeah,
anything.
and the depot will be ready tomorrow?
The court reporter said by end of business tomorrow. So apparently she had other deposition stuff she had to do this afternoon. So.
Who's the court reporter?
Elaine with Mills Court Reporting.
Okay. Okay, all right, well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
all right, see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m.
See, that's why you got to tune into the housekeeping, because it gets spicy after the jury's kicked out. So we're going to be back. Sean Gathright is calling more witnesses still. We're going to hear from Mom, the other grandma. I think she said she had one witness that she was unsure, but she's still trying to get them to come in, and I didn't hear exactly who it was. And then the sister. So that's what we'll have for Gathright. Then Justin Petridis is up. He's Isaiah Chance's attorney. He's got an expert that he's going to call to talk about probably they're saying ADHD and borderline intellectual deficiency. And then 6 other witnesses who'll probably be lay witnesses, character witnesses. The other voice we heard, you guys might not know Daniel Hernandez's voice that well yet. We heard from him a bit today with the openings. That's the attorney for Rashad Murphy. We really saw Brian Gonzalez do the guilt phase, and Daniel's taking over for the penalty phase. He's the one that he said before, he's said it last week, like, my doctor, one of the witnesses we want to call, he needs to come in on Wednesday. And we also have a jail witness that we've already worked out with the sheriff's office with the expectation that they need to be prepared because they have to move them into a room so they can be able to get on a Zoom and virtual conference in or be brought and transported to the courtroom. They need to arrange that in advance for a witness that's in custody. So he's got these scheduling needs for Wednesday morning. Debra Toumey's like, oh, so am I like going third? Am I not going third? And she's just told twice by the judge, have someone ready mid-afternoon tomorrow. And then Scott Harmon, the prosecutor, gets up and says, I'm trying not to be disappointed, but I'm really disappointed about these discovery violations. We found out really late, and now we're struggling with the witness that we want to call for rebuttal because we weren't aware that we would need to be able to rebut some testimony with our own expert relating to MRIs, which are not the same as PET scans. And he's upset that Debra Toumey, although the state was put on notice that they plan to call a Dr. Rubino for prescriptions and then another doctor to discuss any brain imaging diagnostics, they didn't specify that the types of scans and the type of analysis would involve what would be resulting from an MRI scan. So that was a mess, and judge just says, as you know, Mr. Harmon, as you know, I'm aware this is already being done in an untimely fashion. So that's what happened at the end there, real quick. Again, there is a link if you want to catch the update on the Alicia Andrews hearing, why that was moved. As I said a few minutes ago, the judge in that case, when they got together today, they still don't have evidence returned from the custody of the clerk in this court. So it seems like the idea is, well, we'll see if we can get all that stuff handed over to us on Monday when this wraps up, if it wraps up then. And for certain pieces of evidence, like the shell casings, the defense and the state both agree that the judge doesn't need to have those in custody to examine them. So we don't need to waste our time for some of the more delicate items that would need to be transferred back. But there are still certain parts of like text message, media exhibits, like written records that the clerk could get over to that judge. And everybody agreed to come back on May 22nd for Alicia Andrews. So that's what happened this morning and why there was no hearing for the 22nd. There were no rulings on the motions. I did see, and I think it was just a misspeak, I did see that it was being said that sentencing is happening on May 22nd, and I'm not sure that's the case unless we rule on all the motions that day, which are still outstanding, and we roll right into sentencing. And maybe that will be the case, but there's been no denials, no granting of any of the motions that are outstanding. And I think that catches us up. We'll be back tomorrow. It seems like they're speeding through this, right? They didn't take a break today because they started late. I'm going to start an hour late and we'll skip the lunch break tomorrow. So it'll make us efficient with our time. We won't miss anything. We'll just be offbeat for about an hour until we catch up. So that being said, I want to say thank you to the mods. The chat was very busy. Thank you, mods, for helping us out today and making sure everybody is able to share their opinions. No personal attacks, but it's okay to have a difference of opinion in here, of course, of course. And if anyone's new here, hope you had a great time. Welcome. Hope you guys enjoyed and come back tomorrow. And, we cover other cases here. We like to talk about funny cases. We talked a case this morning, a lawsuit. 2 police officers are suing the production companies for the movie The Rip because of how they feel they were portrayed. It's a Ben Affleck, Matt Damon movie. We cover stuff like that. It's a little fun, a little levity. So I hope you hit the subscribe and stick around. And any updates I see before we go live again tomorrow, I'll share as a community post, and see you guys all tomorrow. Appreciate you all. Take care, everybody.